Hello, hello. Hi. Oh God. Okay, it's I'm ready. Start showing the game, maybe. OBS, maybe consider that. No, we're not doing that. Anyways, hello Tavina. Hope you're having a good day. I'm glad you love mispronouncing German because there will be a lot of that. If I don't know what's the problem. If my OBS works, I mean I could probably get it through Windows Capture, but Windows Capture is stupid. Not Windows, Window Capture. Well, okay, I guess I'll try restarting Arknights. And hopefully that will like do something. I one day stream something other than Arknights and my whole fucking OBS messes up. It's still not working. Fuck. If I have to restart OBS, that would mean I need to restart the whole stream, and I kinda don't want to do all that. Wait, what if I... Hi, I'm big. Hi.
We're finally here.
The game crashed.
Is this ship
Hello.
space supposed to be
I think that means we have to play fucking ads again.
Feeling anxious?
Probably. That's really cool. That's really cool. Anyway, look, it's Vishadel. Isn't she cool?
Here to destroy your Iridium project now that it's running.
So well, that's awkward. To be fair, maybe I started it like immediately, so maybe it just reconnected. Maybe it didn't like end the stream. That's something that apparently like happens sometimes. I don't know. No, I have to play ads. Well, it's working. It's showing the video game, which is kind of cool. But I have to play ads in 45 seconds again. Well, I guess I at least made like 0.02 cents more. So that's pretty neat. Anyways, I guess in the 30 minutes I can tell you I'll be playing Zwillingstürme im Herbst. We'll be continuing that. Which is exciting, because I like that one so far. I kinda just started. I kinda like all of them. Why do I even say that? Like, what's up with me? But yeah, I guess see you in like 3 minutes. And I'll be right back. I don't even know what I'll do in that time. I guess I can... Well, see ya. Well, I'm back, and there's still over 30 seconds of what do I mean 30 seconds? Like 2.5 minutes. Just 30 seconds went by. Well, that's cool. I'd go to finish the dishes since I started before the stream, but then I didn't do it on time.
This area all clear?
But yeah, there wasn't
I
much
think I'm
left.
gonna find some place to take a nap.
Well, I guess I can like go to my base and shit stuff that's not important for people to see. I don't know.
The lads and I
Alright.
have matching bow ties.
I'm specialized in Eyjafjalla Altar for myself, but mostly for Lyra. So that's cool. Haven't seen it. Well, you have a sub, so you don't see ads. You have a sub gifted from Ali. Yeah, I know she's good. I just didn't invest to her that much yet. I don't know what happened there. But basically, I wasn't even doing anything weird with my OBS. I just added a new source, and at that moment it crashed. I tried to add a new source, you know, so that would maybe restart the capture thingy. I don't know how it works. But no, the game just crashed. So that works, right? Not game, sorry, OBS. Game was fine.
Maybe I could talk to the other doctors on base.
I should probably spark Eyjafjalla, Eyjaltr, right? At some point, I was planning on sparkling Shelter, and then I got her on full 180, and I was like, well, fuck, that makes sense, yeah. Don't have too much coal. Yeah, I need to finish the event store quick. I mean, I guess I can craft the one I do have, so Talon can rest.
Maybe I could talk to the other doctors on base.
I think I also have some of the like. Oh shit! Oopsie, I fucked up. He was already tired. Anyways, the ads are over. Hello, people who saw ads.
Maybe I could talk to the other doctors on base.
Let me grab this probably. But yeah, Lyra asked me if she can sometimes maybe borrow Aya. So I started investing to her more. Oh, now I was reminded because Ark wrote me, well, to a group chat, today in the morning. Fun thing that I thought like doesn't happen and people only joke about it. I bought the stuff for, you know, the anniversary reset thingies in Honkai Star Rail because there was an anniversary update yesterday. I bought that in the morning, and then it got blocked, and I had to call my bank to tell them, yes, that was me paying for that, you can let it through. So that was fun. That never happened to me, even though I did exactly this same purchase last year on the anniversary, I think. So that's pretty cool.
Please bless the leader with a long and wonderful dream, and let that dream come true someday.
And yeah, I guess, oh, what is this? New thing in the network? Trust overview? Oh, I got someone's trust up. Who is it? Abyssal Hunters. Gotcha. Interesting. Followers? What does that mean? Huh. This is neat. Is there Penguin Logistics? Yeah, here they are. Total trust 1200. Please. Anyways. Followers is no shining bliss. I see. Well, I have none of them. I will get them at some point, yeah. I will at some point have everyone in this game. I'm guessing, you know, that's the plan. Are they called followers? I don't think I've ever, like, I've met them several times, all of those. And I don't think I've ever heard them call themselves that. Her alter is listed as Casimir's, but she also counts as follower in the code. There's no mechanical benefit to it, I see. That's neat. I did also do 2 of the stages here. And on the challenge mode. I must say, like, okay, honestly, if I was on stream, I would probably try harder, but I can't just go and with the stronger team, because kinda hard. I guess there are EX stages for a reason, but they were those, like, ice block guys that they are really tough. I just didn't deal damage to them basically at all. So yeah, I brought not like the OP team, but the one that has, like, I mean, it's kinda OP. There's X2 Alter and Lapland Alter and Lemon and Texas Alter. Yeah. But anyways, let's go to Zwillingstürme. We kinda, well, we are very much at the start, but it takes a while. They are kinda long. But yeah, today I don't have anything else, so I'll probably play nice, like, 6 hours-ish, do some nice progress. Anyways, the followers does come up later in the story. Oh, okay, I see. As in the world. Gotcha. What are they following, I wonder? Rhapsody Longing. A young man from Urtica climbed to the tallest spire of Ludwig's Universität, and then he looked down across the land. This was the resulting opus. Since we're in Germany, I was playing Eugenics today. In the morning. And I did kill Creator. Which is like the final boss. I don't know what HRM means. However, in Eugenics, specifically, if you go to the future, you get to fight the Mecha Hitler. So that's why I was reminded of it. So, you know, I killed Hitler today. But then also God. Oh, sorry, Frau Cielo. I made another mistake. That was my first time fighting the God, and, you know, it went well. I had that practice and supported Eugenics extensively. It was a big thing. Yeah, that makes sense. Don't know what to say to that, but I killed him, so that's a good thing. It was specifically a Hitler 2. He's like a floating head in a jar that's on a giant mech that shoots you. Cool. Why did you stop? I don't think I played the last part on the last line very well. Your heart is on the right place. Don't let yourself be bound by the melody. Instead, guide it with your will. I can't help but think about what I did wrong, though. Then don't hold yourself back. Music is the voice of your heart. It's a language to express yourself with. If you let yourself be caught up in a grammar before learning how to speak, then language itself loses all meaning. Your embarrassment, your self-doubt, and your thirst for the future, they're all real, so let them live in the sound of your instrument. But that's not what my arts professor said. He said that originum arts is a righteous field of study, that it's about uncovering the order within chaos, like putting together a mess of unrelated notes to form a beautiful chord. Speaking of Hitler, back to fighting the hyper-nationalist followers of the deceased German dictator who constantly espoused politically regressive beliefs. Yeah. That's unrelated. But I'm having too many distracting thoughts, and my sound is all over the place. That's why I can't control the energy of my arts well. What a coincidence that did like have something like that in Arknights in like a country based on Germany. What a coincidence. I thought another student just like you before. He was reserved, shy, and not very good at expressing himself. What happened to him? He became a very brave man. A shame that he couldn't live the longer, more beautiful life I had hoped he would. But I was fortunate enough to hear his last performance. The cry of his instrument was hardly inferior to the famed musician with whom he shared the surname. Ha! Oh, right, okay. Right, okay, I got to it. That's interesting because the Witch King's political impact on modern Latvian is more analogous to the latter German Emperor's Kaiser and Stalin. I see. I don't really know much about those people, but his followers are basically one-to-one neo-Nazi school. Oh, was he the descendant of someone famous? Herr Kunschhorn, have you heard his work? Who did you just say? People often call him the Witch King. That Witch King? People hardly ever call him by name. Really? But to me, he was first and foremost a musician. Everyone says he stopped performing with regular instruments towards the end of his life. His music, no, you could hardly call that noise music. They said it instilled fear in anyone who heard it. True, his rhythm was in no way harmonious. Every last measure far exceeded what his audience imagined based on the previous one. But I'd never felt such a strong will. You really shouldn't talk about this on campus. I heard the Empress's voice and the Gendarmerie keep a close eye on Ludwig's Universität. You'd be in a deep trouble if they were to catch the wind of it. You should return to the dorm. Keep practicing this piece. No matter what commotion you may hear outside, focus only on your own rhythm. Arturia. So it is you. You're here to speak to me personally. Then I take it the show is about to begin? Almost. Our guests are arriving as they should, one by one. Will you be performing everything that will happen today for me, just like you used to? I'd like to be present when the melody begins. You wish to listen from beginning to end? I'm afraid that would be a very long piece. A lot of people will be hurt today. Some will even die. They will be sacrificed because of me, and I cannot allow myself to look away. Well, that sucks. Even though it hurts so much, you are far more determined than anyone. You, when my performance reaches the end of your life, what will I see? Have you considered not sacrificing people? Yeah, that's a good advice. I wonder if they did consider that. Ludwig's Universität. I've seen the name in more than a few books I've read. Most recently, in a leading publication on original arts theory. But the name comes up early as ancient scrolls engraved with the secret arts. The crest of that university shines brilliantly in the history of Latvian arts. It's merely a variant of the Určica family crest. But it remains Latvianian's oldest university. Once, I used to fantasize about life on campus like this. Walking through a camp covered with red leaves, surrounded by friends of similar ages, with an endless buffet of books and literature in the library. Every day must be fulfilling here. With their Majesty's permission, you are free to enroll into school in Latvianian, in any school in Latvianian. Oh, have you noticed the eyes of the students walking around us? Their thirst for knowledge is enough for them to forget the divide between their upbringings. Yet before Kurfürst Ludwig chose to make his spire a university, all knowledge was locked away by decree. I'm like concentrating really hard to not call him Ludwig, like the streamer. I'm concentrating really hard to not do that. So, how can I bring myself to use that very same authority to pollute such unique purity once more? The Gendarmerie? Your so-called purity has never really existed. Did you summon them here? I wouldn't need to. The eyes up on the spires have never looked away from Latvianian's lands. And especially not from here. Before you lies the oldest spire in the Určica territory. The Witch King stayed in it for a decade, and often returned even after his coronation. The campus may seem peaceful from the outside, but every centimeter of his place can be traced back to the Witch King. And that includes the man we're looking for. Herr Gerhard Hoffmann? Okay, I don't know if this was mentioned, and it might be spoilers, so if it is, then, don't answer. Was it mentioned how the Witch King died? Or, like, even when it was? Because I don't remember. Oh, he died. Wait, yeah, that they did actually mention that like 10 times, didn't they? Now that you say the fucking number. Oh yeah, and Loris, yes, right, okay. Yeah, it's coming back to me, thank you for refreshing my memory. But I also feel embarrassed about not remembering. Because that was kinda mentioned really like 10 times. Yes. And Cora was a servant in the spire, and that was the last time she saw the sky, I think. Yeah, she... Okay, I don't know exactly, but I know that it was mentioned that she lost her sight 23 years ago. Yeah, okay. So I'm guessing it was kind of like a revolution thingy that, like, yeah. Oh, Nain, we will find his teacher first. He's the one most familiar with Ludwig's Universität. since the era of the Witch King. No, since an even more distant past. He's never left this school's most ancient spire. I believe Grimach talked it a bit with Fremont. Let me check that she's what she said so I don't spoil. Okay, thank you. Fremont was that one guy that I said sounds a bit like Fremont. But yeah, that one guy. Yeah. Man with the funky hair. And beard. Since the era of the Witch King. No, since an even more distant past, he's never left his school's most ancient spire. I don't play this game for one day and I'm already like completely out of what happened actually 2 days ago. Why are there so many Gendarmes on campus? You said earlier that I was a wanted criminal. You think they are here for you? No way. Besides, we have been very careful on the way. There's no way we got their attention. Quick, find a place to hide. Team 5, Team 6, move up. Team 4, search the whole spire. Do not let any suspicious characters through. Stop! You can't just run around and use arts like you own the place. This is a university. A lot of the research we do here requires stable environment. Even the slightest disturbance could cause irreversible damage to the sophisticated equipment and the complicated arts that have been cast. Seize him. Yeah, this guy's really suspicious. Why? I don't break any laws. Your name? Louis Schnitzler. You haven't answered my question. The Schnitzler of Forest's guard? Take him to the classroom. I don't understand. Keep searching. Take any commoners to the courtyard and lock the nobles in the classrooms. Take control of anyone and anything related to House Urtica. Right, okay. I'm only a Schnitzler by name. My father didn't even inherit the title. What gives you the right to do all this over something that happened decades ago? Because you are investigating what happened decades ago. Young Herbst Schnitzler, as young as you behave yourself, I assure you nothing will happen to you, as long as you behave yourself. My family will be participating in the celebration soon. I'm going to have an audience with their majesties. Ludwig's Universität is the most historic university in Latvian. Not even the in an armies there to damage a single break on this fire 23 years ago. What gives you the right to trample on knowledge and the arts of Latvian's tradition? The Kaiserninen's orders, young hare. The culprit who murdered our commander is hiding in this school. If you want to protect it, then tell all your classmates that they'd better report anything they know about the strange sancta and the Witch King's remains. Right. For a moment I was thinking they talk about Arturia, but no, they are probably actually talking about Federico because they found him at the crime scene. The Kaiserninen's orders? No way. Yeah, exactly. You seem surprised. While Virtuosa was kinda... I'm wondering if, like, anyone like, on Federico, we only, and, like, what's your name? Mika. Federico is only talked with the guy whose name I forgot, but the guy that died. Loris. That Virtuous, is like the fugitive or whatever, and that he wants to catch her, right? So I don't even know if, and I kind of doubt that others would in any way connect the death of Loris with her, because she was kind of very indirectly involved. Seems like, at least, I don't know. So they probably don't even know her. They know her just like as a musician. That's kind of cool. You seem surprised. Surprised? No, I'm just an idiot. Given her personality and disposition, how could I have thought she'd keep herself at arm's length? A famous musician and guest of nobility, in fact, yeah. Right, that was mentioned. I can't waste time chasing after Arturia anymore. I thought she was the target of your mission too. I'm kinda surprised overall though that it didn't spread more from Laterano, that like any information about Arturia, like fucking causing deaths. I don't want to, I guess, say killing people, but causing deaths or people. Or like stuff. Since that's so wild. Federico sent 27 letters to Loris. You are right, you are completely correct. Only part of it. My client wants to understand the reasoning behind her actions in order to prevent her from getting in the way of my plans, our plans. But now there's a bigger problem. I can't let this ruin the plan itself. I have no further questions. As you are Latvian, I will not be required to execute your will. Forget it. Not like I was expecting anything resembling goodbye from you. Her executor. The case Autoria is involved in is far more serious than you could ever imagine. Even your Pope has no right to interfere. Here's some advice. Abandon your mission before the Gendarmerie makes it here. Leave Zwillingstürme. Bye! I've completed my assessment. Abandoning this mission is not an option. Well, I'm glad. I'd be sad if he just left and wasn't in this story anymore. We have arrived, Droste. You'd best wait outside. I sense no danger. Don't move. What? You're blocking my pipe. Yes, the one puffing out smoke to your left. If you move, I can guarantee that your left hand will remain after the smoke ring passes. You use a smoking pipe as a wand? This? A wand? Don't be ridiculous. I smoke to relax. Who'd want to think about serious matters while smoking? I simply wanted to run an experiment and see if this smoke ring could float all the way to the top of the twin sheep's spire. We're here only because we have important matters to discuss, Herr Fremont. What a killjoy, Rainer. If only you were as well behaved as the lovely little doe next to you. Yeah, Fremont. I love Fremont. Such a nice guy so far, you know? Very good vibes. Last we saw, you were trying to fuck up Evanholt's mind. Yeah. Nice guy. I'd also be interested in seeing if a smoke ring could float for dozens of kilometers. No distance isn't the important factor. What matters is not being blinded by the uselessly shiny armor of yours. Alright, so you have ruined my mood. Now tell me, was it the gloomy sheep or the boastful sheep that asked you to come find me? So you're telling me a copy of the Guldensketsat was lost. The one stored in Stormwind. Stormwind? Before it was something else, before it was Stormland. So it's probably something different, but it starts the same. Storm means storm, by the way. Do we pay you to, I think. Do you pay you to sit around all day? You are the Gasetswachter. And you can't even keep an eye on the Guldensketsats. What good is that fancy get-up of yours, other than being hung from the top of the spires as an ornament? Seriously, that Grimacht, it's safer to keep it far away from the center of Whirlpool. Apparently some of your idiocy rubbered off on her. Maybe the bigger your horns, the stupider you get. And don't get me started with that punk Sturmwind. Honor his vow with his life, like hell he did. Your first Werner has passed. Before you stand his daughter. It's a pleasure. It isn't. My condolences, if you want them. But that doesn't change the fact that this whole farce is the height of absurdity. Especially the fact that Grimacht waited until now to tell me. The Guldensketsats is the spells that Brent were used to get information after the traitor. And also the Will of Latanin. Yeah, the Golden Melody, right? Yes, I do. That is something I do remember. Is this stolen Guldensketsat really so special? But I don't think I'll be able to pronounce it. They have musical arts, so their national anthem is also a spell? Yeah, I did hear that. 23 years ago, when Kurfürst Werner returned from Zwillingstürme to Stormland, he had it on his person. Aside from the Kaiserinnen and the Kurfürsten, no one wanted to be near it. My guess is that, like many of the arts devices from the era of the Witch King, his arts still remain in it. The Witch King's arts. The entrance of Ludwig's Universität has that fool's arts too. They could have all the armors lining the streets. Start breakdancing right this moment. But is there a point? That Grimacht never mentioned it. Those are no normal frivolous arts. They're arts devised that Herkunshorn himself spent his life developing, all to defeat his greatest foe. Give me a sec, I want to check something. Okay. Oh wait, did I read that? Yeah, I think I did. The Witch King's greatest foe. Do you mean Corsica? First? Corsica first or Gaul? A mere emperor leading a mere army. Do you really think a transient might like that would have meant a thing to Herkunshorn in his heyday? Yeah. Corsica I mentioned, exactly. The enemy he defeated all those years ago was the Will of Latanian. the Gulden sounds a bit like a golden, right? Maybe it's even, I don't know. Gulden's Gesatz. Gesatz is like melody, I guess. Apparently, you aren't a complete moron. Ever since the birth of the Latvian Empire, the Gulden's Gesatz has changed only once. Yeah, on account of English Italy being based off German, yeah. And also French and Celtic. Gotcha. I know they are all like, I don't even know what it's called, but like the same language type. Same as like both Czech, Slovakian, Polish is like Slovan languages, I think. Germanic language, yeah. Right. Yeah. All on his own, Herkunfshorn issued a challenge of Latvian spore bearers, as well as to all the arts masters who put their energy into composing the Gulden's Gesatz. Polish, Czech, Slovak are West Slavic, apparently. Oh, okay. I know that in Czech they are called Slovanské. But I did not know that they actually differ in the position of like West and East. As opposed to Russian and Ukrainian, who are presumed to be East Slavic. Yeah, makes sense. But yeah, I did not know that they are actually separate. I mean, I mentioned this, I guess, at some point, right? But, like, if you don't know, Czech and Slovak, we were Czechoslovakia, like, what, 30 years ago? Less than 30 years? Wait, maybe I'm uneducated, actually. No, it was less than 30 years. I think it was 28 years, should be now. But maybe I'm stupid. It sounds extremely similar. Yeah, like you can, with basically 100% accuracy, Czech person and a Slovak person can speak with each other. 23 years ago, the Witch King was overthrown in Czechoslovakia. Nope. But that would be neat. Mutually intelligible languages. I guess, yeah. Is the term for that? Gotcha. Then with Polish, it's like also very similar. Like you don't have you can 100% speak with each other and it's fine. But when I hear like someone speak in Polish, I will probably get what they are saying. And kind of the same thing with Russian. And I honestly don't know if I ever heard like too much Ukrainian. I probably did, but I don't know. I had a lot of Ukrainian coworkers, but all of them knew how to speak Czech, so yeah. How do you feel? My head. Huh. It doesn't hurt as much anymore. I'm afraid normal healing arts won't help you very much. Your friend isn't caused by physical injuries. I also was learning Russian at some point in my life, but I remember like nothing. But I do kind of, yeah, since it's mutually intelligible language to Czech, I do kind of understand a lot if someone speaks Russian. I know. There's an evil old fart shouting my ear off. That's all. You can actually hear him speak occasionally. That must be unbearable. Like his melodies, the Witch King's voice holds a power that is difficult to endure. If he wanted, he could kill a man simply by humming. You've met him? My teacher, Herr Fremont, was once the Witch King's closest friend. Ah, I see. When he sat atop the Witch King's spire, there was once thousands of casters prostrating themselves before the steps to the throne, and I was one of them. So you are also... is your head hurting again? Don't worry, I betrayed him in the end. I joined the resistance and charged into the spire under Grimacht and Evignade's leadership. That day, one step I once kneeled before were redder than even the leaves in the Ludwig's Universitat campus. Oh, and now we know that the Twin Empresses led the charge against the Witch King. Yeah, they do. I like, right. Yeah, we do, but I like completely ignored it. It must have been a difficult battle. Yeah, basically the names kind of went like over me completely, and I was like, yeah, some two names that were mentioned before. Who is that? But yeah, okay, there was a resistance, and Gerhard was part of it. And I'm guessing that guy mentioned before, Loris as well, since he was like the first one to enter stuff. And he was a hero. For every 10 companions I fought beside, only one survived. Every last one of us was among the most capable in the country. If they had been as fortunate as me, they would have gone to become even more outstanding scholars, even greater casters. No wonder you visited Forest Park that day. I should salute you and those who sacrificed their lives. Don't waste your strength. I'm not worth it. If it hurts though, feel free to lean on me. Hello, Lyra! Early stream today, no? Hi, thanks for the raid. Bondage Swordman and also Lyra, yes. Exactly. Hello, look Lyra, I'm in Germany right now. What do you think about that? But hey, how was the... I beat up a furry? Cool. How was it? Were the bosses like good? Were they difficult? Were they overtuned? Were they not fun at all? Because, no reason? Or was it actually neat? I'm wondering because I will probably want to do them at some point myself. I love Germany. Cool. I wouldn't say it was that difficult, but it's neat to have as a game mode. Okay, yeah, I get that. I've only thing I've seen is like a one post on Reddit that said that it's impossible without the new seasonal IDs, which kinda sucks. Didn't even need 3 teams and got all the rewards first try. Oh, okay. I guess that doesn't sound too bad, but also you are like pretty good at the game. I would kinda just press win rate, I think. No, I guess I would actually try for that. Maybe that person on Reddit that made that post was stupid or something. Maybe it was Twitter. You know, X, the everything app. I don't remember. Let him go. I wouldn't say you need the seasonal IDs, but they do work the best. Yeah, makes sense. Is it like a time limited thing? Is that like an event, or is that like in the game forever now? I'm wondering. I like saw nothing about this. I'm like playing Limbo, so I kinda don't follow anything about the game. I would not know they were released if you didn't tell me about it. But I also still miss some index IDs, and it was no problem. Gotcha. I will, since it was weekly reset, I will do like, you have like 3 weeks to do it. Okay, okay. I'll keep that in mind. Blessing. I knew you'd come after us. Actually, Davina, or maybe Lyra, you would also know, what is the character you get from Lingering Echoes as a well, a free unit? What's the word? Oh, Lingering Echo gives you Cherny. Gotcha. Lyra, just so you know, Cherny is Latvian, I think. But you probably looked that up, honestly. You are smart, you do stuff like that. Yes, yeah, I'm also smart. I knew you'd come after us. Where's Professor Fremont? He's very disappointed in you. I'm sorry, Lessing. I don't want to hurt you, nor do I want to make an enemy of my dear teacher. Then why stop us? The Genesis Horn should not arrive like this. We are not pursuing any evil causes. We are simply retrieving what belongs to us, destroying what hinders us. We'll probably do the stages while skipping the story and do the story later, just so I can speedrun having Latvian team. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Hope that goes well whenever you decide to do it. I also don't know if I actually asked about your day, but you did do an early stream today, so I guess the stream might have been like most of your day. Or something. Oh, we are not pursuing any evil causes. We are simply retrieving what belongs to us and destroying what hinders us. You know that. I did nothing, then stream and exist. Yeah, gotcha. There's a Latvian niche Knights player on YouTube whose stuff I watch a fair bit. Latvian... Damn, Lyra, you won't be the first one, I'm sorry to tell you. Good stuff? That's good, that's good. The Witch King's relics. Who do they belong to? And who decided that? At least if you get stuck, you can look up how to do it, you know? That's good. That would also be cringe, so don't do it. You need to figure it out on your own and be stuck on a stage for like 10 hours before. Well, I will have a lifelong feud with this man for content now. That's good, that's cool. The Witch King's relics, who do they belong to, and who decides that? I think since you're doing Latvian Nights, you should do Latvian side stories sooner rather than later, you know? Just saying. To be honest, I don't know if she even posts many clears. I think she just does random talking about weird off meta units and plays the niche Knights on her own time. I see. Okay. Well, Lyra, you at least will have like a monopoly on all the clears. I wonder if is there someone who does a Penguin Logistics team? Is that like a thing? Never looked that up. You're a smart fellow, Lessing, and an honest one. You should think about these things. I would actually be okay. I will finish. Lest you regret all that in 20 or 30 years, I see you as my favorite student, which is why I don't want to see you make the same mistake. I would be interested if there is someone who's beaten the boss of chapter 13, and don't talk about who that boss is, just to make sure, because Lara is not there, with Penguin Logistics team. I would love, specifically the weaker version of the team, without Lemon and the alters. Because I would just want to see, it felt like it could be possible, honestly, but I don't know, it was just like really hard, but maybe it's possible. And I would be kinda interested in seeing someone do it, maybe with the different skills, since I don't have masteries on all the other skills, so sometimes I bring Fia's skill 3, but... actually, you know what, maybe Fia's skill 3 would actually be good on that stage, now that I think about it. Anyways, I mean, I feel I will be ways off till I get there, or how actually doable Latvian thrill is. Yeah. I mean, there are some good Latvian people. At least you'll have a good healer, right? My only healer in my team is Sora, which is I would say one of the biggest limitations of the team. And also the fact that it's only 8 people most of the time. I once saw you as a dear mentor too. I still remember you weren't even half as tall as you are now. When Professor Frenman handed that sword to you. Through having no Vanguard does slightly scare me though. Oh, there's no Latvian Vanguard? Okay, yeah, that does suck a little. That's kinda crazy that there's no Latvian Vanguard. It feels like there should be a lot of Latvian people, just because, you know, if I think about it, it's like a whole fucking country. Yet in a blink of an eye, you are as old as when I stormed the witch... What the fuck? There are like fucking 3 bots back to back. What's up with that? Can someone explain? Every German is either Defender, Guard, or Caster. Interesting. Well, maybe they'll add some. In school, time really does fly right by, doesn't it? I brought you some viewers, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, everyone, now go to that website. No, okay, don't do it, I'm joking. This is a joke, Twitch, and also my viewers. Go to that website and buy me some viewers, okay? But I forgot Mary was German. Who is Mary? But yeah, Alter, that's what I said. That Lyra will be using my Alter. Cardigan, right. In school, time really does fly right by, doesn't it? My fear is that not enough time has passed, that I'm not strong or worthy enough to raise my sword for those I want to protect. I'm your target, remnant of the Witch King. And I only have one thing to say to you. Get out of my head. I can kinda imagine Ebenholz getting an altar at some point, but I don't know, like, it kinda depends on how this side story ends and stuff. But he definitely feels like a character that I can see just getting an altar sooner rather than later. His vision is also very powerful. That's cool, that's cool. But we can hope that the Ebenholz altar is like Vanguard. 200 on the daily ticket? Yeah, I got that, I think, 2 days ago. Yeah, because yesterday I had to open... No, I could open 3. Yesterday was like the first time I Well, okay, first time. I was doing that off-stream, crazy, I know, right? Because we are playing HSR. And I have only one thing to say to you. Get out of my head. Way. Sorry, I mixed here. I thought he's talking to the voices in his head again. Classes are almost over. Come, this way. What is Viviana? I'm guessing a caster as well. I do have her, but I just don't remember. I guess guard. No, she's guard actually. She's guard, right. Arts guard, gotcha. Mayor, what are you doing standing here? Not ordinary any lectures today? Why are you holding a sword in the school building? You really love training. You really love training, don't you? He chose this path on purpose. Is Lessing playable? He definitely has a playable design. But that might also mean that he will die. Have you heard? A large group of Gender mass passing to the school today. They are searching everyone. They are coming across, especially commoners from the Utica territory. Yeah? Oh, welfare unit. Okay. I won't get him though yet, because you don't get the welfare stuff yet from this. You only apparently get that in like a little bit, which should be soon, apparently. Yeah, record restoration. Which I genuinely I put as whack at the restoration at first. Well, that's cool. You shouldn't have what's the word? Shit. I was like almost funny, but then I just lost the word. You should have just kept it that way, it would have been better. But I'm glad that you shared with the class that you did type that way at first. But I need more lieutenants. Is there more Latvian side stories after this one? I'm kinda not aware. Typing is hard, yeah, I agree. This is the most recent Latvian side story, okay. I mean, this is year 5. Then that means that there is not one in year 6, and we are currently in year 7, so maybe. I don't know if this will be like a... yeah. It's only about 1.5 years old, exactly, yeah. We'll see, we'll see. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they... As I said, Van Holtz at least is like definitely a character that gives me I will get an outer someday vibes. Have you heard? A large group of... Oh wait, I already read that, I think. Gender mass marching to the school today. They are searching everyone they are coming across, especially commoners from the Utica territory. Everyone else has a bloodline of combat place for skill too. Yeah, I know that you told me that those are the skins that are like canon, but from the future. Anyways, I have to go play ads. So, you enjoy ads. Or not, if you have a sub, you know. But yeah, I'll be right back. Hey, I'm back. Ah, hold on. Why are you running so fast? Even up the stairs? The school administration doesn't allow that. Are you okay? Why waste your strength on me? I'm much older than you. I should be the one protecting you. Ha, ha. Well, I'm the one he's after. Besides, I don't want to see any more blood spilled on my account. Considering Lessing's abilities and temperament, he will catch up to us soon. We need to take a safer route. Are we inside the school? Ludwig's Universität. You're on the Utica bloodline. If the Witch King hadn't fallen when you were born, you would have studied arts here. I'd really wish I weren't. The Uticas have produced more than one Latvian ruler, aside from Herkun Shorn and the other Kaisers. Ludwig, known as the Scholar, he was the Kurfürst of Einwald, and he too almost became the Kaisar of Latvianin, and he was also your ancestor. He wanted everyone to gain the most supreme knowledge, so that the land would never again impede Latvianin. When he insisted on opening up his family's spire to all of Einwald's citizens, many thought he'd gone mad. Mad? I suppose none of our family get called that. I think it was kinda nice. I think opening universities or spires is nice. Madness goes hand in hand with greatness. This has always been the way of House Urtica. Even the Witch King was a benevolent ruler of unsurpassed talent before he succumbed to his madness. Succumbing to madness has far more frightening connotations than when it happens to a tyrant rather than a commoner. If that's another Urtica tradition, then I'll have to find somewhere to bleed out before it happens to me. From the moment I'd laid eyes on you, I saw the bravery in you, but your life is precious, and self-destruction has never been the only path open to you. Friends, may I call you friends? You know my name, you know the name I threw away. You won't ever be alone again. Let me help you. Okay, this guy's dying. Gerhard Hoffman. Of all my students, he's the one who knows best what the Gulden's Gesatz really is. If only he were here, then I wouldn't need to waste my energy explaining all this. How did you know our purpose here? Purpose? The Witch King's remnants killed my father, as well as 2 more who participated in the coup 23 years ago. We suspect that their next target is Herr Hoffman. Huh, you came at just the right time, then. Just 15 minutes ago. Wait, what did you just say? Gerhard is involved with the Witch King's remains? The same remains that experimented on Herkunshorn's great-grandson simply to blow up a damn a dozen music hall? Didn't you, Okay. And he, experiment on it, a little bit as well? I suppose so. They may not be the exact same group, but they are working under a similar banner. But how do you know so much about even the finest details of the Visheim incident? This energy fluctuations. It's signed that arts were cast to maintain structural integrity here. The same kind of arts used by Enwald's caster army. Don't mistake my arts for their child's play. Forget the Enwald of the day. Even when Hergunshorf was still around, I was the one who taught all his lackeys their special arts. Stand back, Droste. Why are you reaching for your blade? Stay away from my instruments. It's been centuries since this fire has been repaired, and I can't withstand being knocked around. Herr Fremont. Is the experiment you were just conducting related to the voice of Mundane? Okay, we're combating.
You people, I don't think I'll even remember your faces after this one. Anyway, let's just get started.
Got it. You can't stop me.
Follow me!
I love this team.
Divine judgment!
Yeah, me too. After a few attacks, the next attack deals damage to all targets in range. Attack range increases when passionate variation is active. Gotcha.
Here we are!
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
Cut them to pieces. Boring. Sorry. Forgot to hold that back.
Nice weapon.
It's an arrangement of a classical piece, Conic, about a child assaulted by the king of the fairies. Interesting. Since I've basically finished Mugenics today, I finally added all of the music from that game into my playlist. And like, that's kinda the end of that story. Not even a story, but that thought that I wanted to share. So it has a good music, that game.
Mission accomplished.
Quick, upstairs. I heard from a student just now. The sancta we're looking for is hiding there. A pipe organ. The entire spiral is designed in the shape of an enormous pipe organ. It matches the distinguished characteristics of the background sounds in the cello piece we heard earlier. There's a very high chance that the wanted criminal Arturia is hiding there. It's your distant cousin. Will you keep going up? Original arts that use sculptures to synchronize voices. The very same kind I heard at the site of the attack at Karl Schmidt Street. So you started working with the Witch King's remains after all, Arturia. If I told you I never cared who they were, and had no interest in Latianen's political turmoil, would you believe me? The resentment of individuals has never been a motive for your crimes, and I see power struggles and profit as even less likely candidates. Oh, Federico, you really do know me better than anyone. Everyone else's minds are tainted with thoughts, while you, boring as you are, you and I are alike. Artura, if it helps, I'm not helping the Nazis because I like them. Yeah, she has her own reasons to help Nazis. That's cool. All these years, I've walked amidst chaos simply to find an even stronger soul. This journey was no different. I simply accepted the invitation of a few Latvianian acquaintances. That's the only reason for my visit. Even without my assurances, you should already know in your heart that no matter what becomes of Latvianian tomorrow, it will have no immediate effect on Laterano. Perhaps. Then can I ask you the same thing the Lupo boy did? That you ignore what you see here? You're upstairs. You guessed right. I suppose I could give you a reward and let you see me. How about this? Once my wish comes true, I will be waiting for you at the city gates on the day I leave Zwillingstürme. When the time comes, if you still want me to go back to Laterano with you, I promise you I'll think about it. Well, I can't know that she will end up on Rhodes Island, so spoilers. Sorry. I'm the one getting spoiled. And the rest is not a request. You do not have the right to think about it. My lovely baby brother, you really don't know when to give up. Distant cousin, actually. To be fair, some road sound operators don't actually visit the landship in canon. Typhoon, for example. Oh, really? No, yeah, I guess that makes sense. But I did not, like, know. She is a road silent operator, but she just hangs out in Sami with Santella and Magellan. Yeah. Right, that makes sense. Target spotted. It's the Santa who was at the scene of the Captain Bordrin's murder. Everyone, surround Sonnet Spire immediately. The suspect didn't stop. He ran upstairs. After him. One floor after another. Latvian spires are always so tall. There are more and more pursuers by the second. Shoes in various ages step on the stairs, each producing a different sound. The pipes that form the spire's walls are vibrating even more powerfully now. The sound of the organ and the footsteps blend together to form a unique piece, with the squad's men meandering up the spiral staircase as the performers. Then there's Gnosis, who is sent to Rhodes Island at the end of Break the Ice, but in all the follow-up events he's literally never mentioned as going there, and he acts hilariously out of character as an operator versus how he does in all the later Chirac event. Interesting. At the front, Federico maintains a steady pace through the entire process. Even his heart rate remains unchanged. His eyes do not see any of the pursuing soldiers. All he can see is the target before him. A decade has passed, but as though only a day has gone by, nothing has changed. I also wanted to say, I kinda am still not like super sure about Virtuosa's deal as an another example of an operator that never visits Landship Horn. Oh, really? Okay. I hope Horn is okay. But, I mean, that's basically even what Federico said at the start of this one, I think. Something about, Virtuoso not having, like, malicious intent or, like, something like that. She doesn't want to kill people. That's not, like, her goal. It just kind of happens as an aftermath of her art. But now she's helping Nazis, even though she doesn't like them, I guess. But yeah. Yeah, Virtuoso's goal is shown into manhwa. I want everyone to be, to live their desires and true self. Yeah, exactly. That's kinda right what happened specifically. Just an example to... What was his name again? Well, the guy who, like, kinda wanted to be, like, a hero again, so he went and helped Ebenholz. In the manhwa specifically, I mean, she kinda... Spoilers for the Virtuosa manhwa. She used it on her mother, and her mother, who then went to help to, like, on a battlefield or something, and died there. Not on a battlefield, specifically to, like, a war zone. I don't know exactly now. Something like that. And then she died, so that sucked. But yeah, she didn't, like, want to kill her. She just wanted her to go, because she knew that she wanted to go. Kinda just... Not that... I don't know. What's your microwave brand? I have no idea. Sorry to tell you. I could go check, but I'm too lazy. But hello, Carcass of Arbitration. Hope you're having a good day. And the funny thing is, her arts don't work on Federico because he's always being his true self. Yeah. She accidentally led to her mother dying, and that kinda means that if she admits that her actions aren't inherently good, then she killed her mother for no reason. Yeah. I mean, I really don't think that is the case. Like, even if she... Like, okay, she should stop using it, but it's like... If she was, like, very... I don't know how to... What are you doing in Arknights? His best? Yes, I'm doing my best. I'm currently playing Zwillingstürme in Herbst, but actually I'm just talking about Virtuosa right now. Like, I wouldn't say it's her fault that her mother died. On one hand, like, I don't know how her arts work, but, like, she really... Well, kind of. It really depends how the arts work, but it's not like she was like, go die on, like, a battlefield or something. Like, she forced her. Maybe it forced her, but it is something that her mom, like, wanted to do. Just like, I don't know. Virtuosa, the lazy cousin? Yeah, I guess so. Federico's distant cousin. So I, like, on one hand, if it was me, I would definitely blame myself if I caused that. So maybe she would as well. But yeah, fault is already a weird concept to interact with in the first place. Millions of people's decision led to every single event that transpired as well. Yeah, okay. Yeah. It's very, very indirectly linked. Well, no, it's actually kind of direct. Anyways, Ghost Butterfly, etc. Yeah, I heard about that. It was in that video game that's like over a decade old at this point. That horror one with the cannibalism. That's where I learned about it. I was like 12. Me here listening to the yap because I don't know how her arts work. Yeah. Okay, so I also don't know how exactly they work, but she can with her music, like, affect how people act. It can, like, I don't know how direct it is, if it's like just one thing she can do with this music, or if this is the one thing she can do with her music. But specifically, she can make people basically, well, be their true selves, let's say. Frederick is very insistent it is not mind control. Yeah, okay. It very much just makes them... removes inhibitors. That is a good way to describe it, yeah. So yeah, like, I really don't know what I think about her, because she very much is aware that that's what's happening and she still wants to do it. She's very aware that she fucking caused several people's death, even if indirectly, right? She obviously didn't go and murder them, just indirectly kill them. But yes, right now she's working with the Nazis, but it's not because she likes them, okay? It's fine. She doesn't like working with them. Okay, maybe she likes working with them, she doesn't like them specifically. I don't know, something like that. So yeah, I'm kind of still not very sure about what I think about her. I think she's a very interesting character, and also she's very pretty, okay? We'll find out together, yeah. Anyways, I will go back to, like, reading. His eyes do not see any persuading soldiers. All he can see is the target before him. A decade has passed, but as though only a day has gone by, nothing has changed. The last floor. By leaping past the few dozen steps before him, he will reach his target. Don't move. You, Sancta, don't tell me you can actually fly. Just how fast can you run? Good thing the students told me about another shortcut up here. I'm beat. I don't care how amazing you are. If you take another step, I'm taking you down. So what will you do? Will you declare war of Latvian gendarmerie? They too are enforcers of law, much like your countless co-workers at the notarial hall. However, unlike you, they hesitate before plunging themselves into battle. They feel fear. When you charge ahead in pursuit of the target, with no regard for anything else, do you lay eyes on those ordinary men and women for every moment? What's that sound? Is somebody talking to you? Are they your buddy? You have friends here, don't you? You have friends here, don't you? Did you lure us into an ambush? She's not my friend. She's your distant cousin. But I am a fellow Sancta. We both have the same halos above our heads, and the same wings on our backs. We are even related by blood. I wonder if the fact that they have like a black halo and black wings actually means something, because most of them have like yellow ones. Great question. Yeah. How will you persuade them that you came out the way need to aid me, but to arrest me? We have no fucking idea. Interesting. Okay, cool. Maybe we'll see someone with a different color in the future then. Like a red one. The misunderstanding of others have never been a reason to waver. My teammates will be here soon. You won't get away. Surrender. Approach those who misunderstand you and end this pointless pursuit. Clearly explain your position and motives to them. And then accept the fact that you have failed once again. You're right in front of me. I've unearthed evidence of your art. Drop all your weapons. Back away from the talking sculpture. I ask that you please calm down. I am not your enemy. That's what all smooth-talking criminals say. I trust nothing but my eyes and my arts unit. You'll pay for what you did to Captain Bardoin Sancta. I was not responsible for Loris Bardin's death. They are all under the thumb of their most irrational emotions. Your music is affecting everyone in the area. Is that really my doing? Perhaps this is what they have always wanted, deep down? I told you long ago, much like our society, most people's minds are filled with chaos. You ignore this fact. The only thing on your mind is to sidestep the chaos and find the most efficient shortcut to resolving the issue at hand. Pretty good way to think. Poor Federico, have you still not noticed why you never managed to catch me? Even though you have pursued me all these years? How is a man who sealed off his own perceptions unwilling to touch the chaos supposed to reach chaos itself? That doesn't concern me. And you are not chaos itself. You are a criminal, and your actions beget chaos, which is why you must be stopped. Like, right now. I have you now, Arturia. Federico raises his gun. The bullet pierces the speaking sculpture opposite him and continues in a straight path until it shatters the wall. The black-haired Sancta is standing on a balcony not far away, with her back facing the setting sun and a bow in her hand. She smiles faintly. Meanwhile, beam after beam of arts light finally reach the executor. What's going on? I just saw a bunch of gendarmerie surrounding Sonata Spire. Haven't you heard? It's the Witch King's remains. They are hiding among us? Among us? Crazy. In the school, researching arts. Used to hurt people. It's so scary. How come none of us ever noticed? Yeah, I did yesterday come out with a way to show both my Among Us on the camera. It's very important. They take most of the fucking camera space. But it's very, very cool, I know. I don't believe it. How can you be sure they aren't lying? Their Majesties have long seen the arts as a thorn in their side. It's probably an excuse to destroy Ludwig's Universitat. How dare you doubt their Majesties? Oh, I get it. You're under the Witch King's remains influence yourself, aren't you? No, you might even be the one who let them here in the first place. You're one of them. How could you slander me like that? We have shared the room ever since we started school. I even took you to my family's villa by the lake every summer. Ha! And how many of your family's fine possessions in that villa were rewards from the Witch King? Like that set of arts crystals in the basement, used to observe catastrophes. They were refined from the ashes of the infected, weren't they? Or did you just defame me all you like, but don't you dare drag my grandmother into this. She was the greatest catastrophe scholar in Ainwald, and she died for Latvian on the northern Stramland battlefield. My eyes, I'm reporting you to your family and your family to the gendarmerie and to the Empress's voice. You wretch, Witch King's remnant. What does it make you, an idiot who crawled to your way here by clutching the hem of the Twin Empress's dresses? If your family didn't so happen to have been on the right side, the lot of you would still be boatmen ferrying the nobles. What do you even know? Did you ever learn to truly respect knowledge? You don't even know which instrument to use for different occasions. Of course, always knew you looked down on me. Come on, fight me. What are you doing protecting him, Meyer? Your family used to serve to the nobles too. Aren't you itching to take this chance to beat up these haughty snobs? The university forbids original arts duels between students. When a pack of wild beasts gain knowledge, that doesn't mean they have become civilized. All they have learned is how to use it to hide their fangs. We shouldn't be ridding ourselves of this brutish rebel. They will only tarnish the elegance and values of Ludwig's Universität. Shut up. We worked for centuries to earn the right for commoners and nobles to sit in the classroom together. Neither Ludwig's Universität or society as a whole should regress. Out of the way, Myers. If you or you're my enemy too. Ha! You aren't much better than him, Myers. The old bard who raised you has been stinking up this place longer than anyone else, hasn't he? I heard he's lived for hundreds of years, and he keeps extending his life with the bones of the dead. Maybe he put you together from bones too. I've also heard rumors. They say even the twins were molded by Fahrenmut with his witchcraft. Nonsense. Fahrenmut and the Witch King were the best of friends. I bet he's the leader of the Witch King's remains. Both of you should get some rest. His longsword wrapped in cloth blocks the arts flying towards him from both sides. Lessing single-handedly stops both of them. He then lifts his head, find even more beams of arts being flung towards one another. Firelight, ice crystals, strange energy balls, frenzied flower beds, and upside-down fountains. Every spell ever taught in the lectures is now interwoven with one another all at once. There is a thunderous rumble. A golem running around has knocked over a road sign. Ludwig's Universität, the shining school crest, falls into a cloud of dust. Bent. I'm really getting on in years. It's only been such a short distance, yet it feels as though I've climbed hundreds of steps. I think I heard the sound of a fight above ground. Which since remains fighting with those from the university. You're too weak. Leave the war to the others for now. But suppose the war started because of me. I'd have no reason to hide. You feel guilty. That's only natural. Fate chose you over the others to live, and that is not necessarily a mercy. I know better than anyone how that feels. Have you experienced a similar suffering? I was gravely injured during the final battle, and spent the better part of a year in a confused state. It was Professor Fahrenmut who spent the time and effort to cure me. That day, when I finally woke up from my nightmare of being bound to those blood-red steps, the first thought that entered my mind was that my classmates, friends, and even my lover were all gone. In my despair, I climbed to the top of the Sonata spire, wishing to leap from it. He found me up there, and I asked him, was everything I did for Laterano truly meaningful? What happened next? Did you find the meaning you sought? He gave me a number of books on the Gulden's Gets Sats. He told me that whenever I can't answer my own question, history can. So I started studying the Gulden Gesats, how Latvian came to be, and the direction it should go. I researched these topics for 20 years. And what answer did you come to? The problems facing Latvianin have always existed. Ever since the birth of the Gulden Gesats, the cultural difference between tribes, the rift between nobles and commoners, etc., all these have existed for over 1,000 years. History has proven how difficult it is to change Latvianian, to give its citizens new lives, and to end the endless sacrifices. You must possess both absolute power and unbreakable resolve. Luckily, such power wasn't completely lost, and we are on our way to find it right now. So this power you speak of is hidden somewhere in this old campus? Yeah. And by obtaining it, we will be able to resolve the predicament before us, eliminate the threat of the Witch King's remains, and change my fate. All at the same time. It was only my confidence in it that gave me the courage to go against my teacher. Come, Franz. It's right up ahead. Nain. You again. Don't follow him any further. You shouldn't go there. Come back with me. So you can strap me to the table again and make me a vessel for summoning the Witch King's legacy in your dreams. Let the dregs of the past be buried by time and vanish from Latvianin entirely. They will. I'm doing what I can to ensure that happens. But before that, there's no before anything. I've thrown away even a guarantee from the Kaiserinnen. Do you really think I'd listen to the promises of a remnant of the Witch King? All I want is to obtain the Witch King's legacy. The people you're talking about, the ones who want to summon the Witch King, are my enemies too. Not this again. Is always denying your involvement really that fun for you people? Or are you fighting over who gets credit for what? To crawl ever closer to the rotten throne? I'm sick of all this. Can't you pick some other trophy and stay away from me? The stairs beneath us are vanishing. This school is much older than you can imagine. Don't resist the power of history. Give up. No. Blessing, not even you can fight a transforming staircase on your own. You will only hurt yourself. Are you this cruel to yourself too? Look, I don't know what Gerhard told you, but don't listen to him. Rather than someone who claims to be grateful to the Witch King and wants to lock me away in a lab, I'd rather trust someone who once stood against the Witch King and saved my life. The advent of the Genesis Horn is extremely unlikely to hurt you in any way. The old man and I triple-checked that. The process may be painful, but not unbearable. But you aren't me. What right do you have to make that decision for me? I don't, but everyone has a responsibility that only they can bear. Stop running away. If neither the voice of Mundane nor the Urtica bloodline are things that you can change, then all you can do is accept them. Accept them? The ones who killed my parents and forced the voice of Mundane into me gave me the same excuse. The ones who almost turned me into a bomb to blow up a city, the ones who killed my brother, said nearly the same thing. Why do you people always have these self-righteous justifications? Is that really enough for you to ignore all the screams you are creating? They're damned. Still, no letting go, even after that blow? Are you really so eager to be torn to pieces by an ancient arts on these stairs? I'd rather die than see you fall into their hands. This has always been more than just you, more than me as well. When that canyon's future is at stake, any sacrifices... Franz, come. We need to keep going. The energy is enveloping me. Did you save me? I didn't do it to save you. I just can't stand people like you, obsessed with sacrificing themselves. Franz. Evan Holt. Don't walk right into a trap. Okay. Depending on what he's saying, it might change my opinion on the guy whose name sounds like Ferranmut. But I still, like, I probably wouldn't really like him, but I kinda did think they... I guess, already from his dialogue with Viviana, we kinda could have guessed that he is not working with those people exactly, but he still did kinda start experimenting on Evan Halls without his permission, which is kinda rude. We kinda learned that from the Rhine Lab storyline, you know, human experiments, bad. Come on, friends. What is this place? This is where the key I mentioned lies. The key capable of fundamentally changing Latvian. 1,000 years ago, sages from various tribes came together and signed an alliance, witnessed by an all-powerful immortal caster. The pact laid on the relationship between the tribes established the Kurfürstern system and set the foundation for Latvian morality and appreciation of the arts. You mean the Golden Gesats? Yeah. In the centuries that followed, the Golden Gesats ensured Latvian's stability. That is until a century ago, when the Syracusans became the first to turn their backs on the Golden Gesats and seek independence from Latvian. It was a bloody conflict, lasting several years, with one part of the shore gone. The movement became destabilized, and many regions fell into chaos. Latvian was on the brink of collapse. In those dire circumstances, a man stepped forward. He realized that the Golden Gesat had to be amended. Only by removing Syracusa from the score entirely could be reborn movement until the 9 remaining regions, unite the 9 remaining regions. Wait. Okay, I know that Syracusa was like a part of Latvian until they like separated themselves. Oh, they even said it here, but I know they mentioned it earlier as well. So I'm getting that there was 10 regions. One of them was Syracusa, who then got away, but each region had 1/10 of the Golden Melody. That would make sense. Yeah, I guess. So It was destabilized because part of the core was gone, which was the Syracusan one. Oh, don't tell me the man who stepped forward. That will be the Witch King. Okay, yeah, I get it. I'm smart sometimes, look at that. The Witch King. Correct. My child? What you see before you is the most mysterious chamber of Ludwig's Universität, where House Urtica's arts, circulated for centuries, are gathered, and where Herkun Schorn rewrote the Gulden Gesetz. Okay. That makes sense. I'm kinda catching on to Latvian lore now, I think. I cannot give you your methods. Even if I were willing to believe you that the Genesis Horn truly exists, it is incapable of descending upon Zwillingstürme as it is now. This is exactly why I didn't bother notifying you people. The Gesetz there have heads even harder than their helmets. Your so-called safe and controllable plan is to summon the Genesis Horn. To summon the Genesis Horn has already failed. The Witch King's remnants are hiding within the campus, and with all the relics of the Witch King stored here, they will bring forth a disaster of unprecedented scale. And for now, there's only one efficient means of stopping them. I refuse. We will evacuate all the students and university staff. Ludwig's Universität contains much more of value than just its students and instructors. I've had tenure here for centuries. Can you even imagine how many precious arts devices and enchantments there are here? I understand, but I ask you to please prioritize that cannon safe. Centuries ago old, yeah. Absolutely not. You say you understand, but it's far beyond your meager capabilities. The old man's voice calms down. His habitual tongue lashing comes to a halt as he stares at the man in front of him. The shadow of his skinny body on the wall suddenly grows very tall, like a spire covered in vines. These spires are not for you to meddle with. If you dare suggest destroying them again, I'll throw all of you out at once. Something isn't right. The sunset outside the window disappeared. The sun is not the only thing that's gone. How very brave of you. Oh, he's there 3 times. However, don't even try to touch my shadow again, unless you wish to be dissolved by it. And they also mentioned that there was an immortal caster who helped form the Gulden Gesetz. Oh. Yeah, okay, interesting. Indeed. Herr Fremen's shadow. Is it fractured? It's fractured into innumerable silk strings. Drovstep, lower your arts. Do not probe into those shadows. His true form is hidden inside. You're not yet strong enough to stare directly into his soul. Oh? So you have figured out who I am? String? That was something with the shadow, right? Oh yeah. The shadow is fractured into strings, yeah, basically, yeah. Something, whatever that means. Then you must also know that no one who's been thrown outside by me has ever managed to climb back alive. you're brave enough, feel free to see for yourself. There is nothing out there whatsoever. I assure you that were you to leap outside, you wouldn't even have time to scream. Your mouth's vocal cords and limbs would all perish in the darkness. I've never even heard of arts like these. Exile. I've heard it spoken into legend, but was never sure how much truth there was to it until today. You have been hiding in Latvianian for so long now. Why choose now to reveal your identity? Herr Lich. A Lich? You mean Herr Fremont is a Sarkas? Huh, a Sarkas. Aside from the immortal bastard of the royal court, very few these days have been able to deduce my identity. Gasp, yeah, interesting. You say I've been hiding. That's a good way to put it, little lamp. When you put it like that, I've stayed in this country for far too long, haven't I? I never meant to hide my true identity. It's only that I've grown used to being cooped up at this spire, with my head buried into literature here. Oh, wait. Okay. I was thinking who exactly liches were. Those were like the people with the big heads. At least like the only liches I remember that I've seen. I think. Yes. Okay. Ermengarde is a lich, in fact. And even in this story, enemy was mentioned. Oh, really, was it? Okay, I did kinda ignore that, and I would definitely not put them together, because I do not remember Ermengarde's name. I remember that she had a big head. That's about it. It's you people who forgot who I was. All of you keep bothering me with Latvian's messes. Sometimes it's the wolves bickering with the lambs. Other times it's true to your locking antlers. Haven't you wasted enough of my time? Now scram. Tell the Grimmach that I don't care anymore. Once I've recovered when I loaned from the Genesis Horn, the liches will be gone from Latvianian for good. And Ermi will give you an earful when she gets back to Latvianian. Oh yeah, I don't remember. It was probably someone talking to Fremont, but yeah, I don't remember that line. This one is the 3. Okay, right now I'm at 4, right? Or at 5? I think I'm 4. And if it's not too much to ask, get the hell out of here and never set foot in my holy temple again. The Genesis Horn cannot be allowed to descend. Did you not understand the word of what I just said? Yeah, okay. Now I'm at CT4 after. I am no match for you. Didn't even finish one stage and we're already 2 hours in, by the way. But yeah, we did have somewhat a long discussion about Artoria. But that doesn't mean Latvian's Gesatzwachter will give up so easily, and I guess also about Latvianian Knights. And what about you, my lovely doe? Do you also seek death? Let her leave. Herr Fremont, surely there is still room to negotiate? You can stop trying. It's you. Hello, Droste 9. I should call you Frau Hochberg. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Michael, the personal envoy of Her Majesty Grimacht. So you're another Empress's voice? I am not. I'm Empress's voice, and Empress's voice serves both Guys and Nernen at once. Kaiserinnen. Well, I belong only to Grimacht. Can I take that to mean that we are enemies? The last time we met, I already told you that we might walk different paths. Well, he did say that. Anyways, let's take a short little break. And I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. Hi. What are you dawdling around for, Wolf Cup? Hurry up and throw them out of here. Right away. Herr Rainer, Frau Hochberg, these are Grimacht's orders. I am to assist Herr Fremont and ensure that the Genesis Horn makes its advent on Zwillingstürme. But why? First, because this was Grimacht's promise to Herr Fremont. As a show of gratitude to the Lich's contribution to Lethanen over the past millennium, and to foster a continued long-lasting friendship, we will help Herr Fremont retrieve what once belonged to him. Second, if there's anyone who has the right to use the Genesis Horn, it can only be my liege. Your liege. Singular. Don't let him get to you, Droste. It doesn't matter if it was Grimacht or Evignate. I had this. Evignate. You can listen to Lyra saying it again.
Lieselotte, Evignate.
Evignate. Okay. Thanks, Lyra. Where was I? Evignate. Who wished for this? There's no reason for you to get involved. House Hochberg has already sacrificed too much for the conflict between the Witch King and the Twin Empresses, and for the Gulden's Gesarts. I will see you out of here safely, even if I must put my life on the line. What's going on? Why is the spire shaking? It's not the spire that's shaking, it's the ground beneath us. The shadows is fracturing. Something is trying to make its way through. If there's something underneath the campus plate. Is there something underneath the campus plate? House Urtika's secret chamber. Those stupid sheep barged into my underground space. Paramount, you fool. You have been in Lethanen for far too long. You have contracted the stupidity of these bighorn sheep. No, okay, yeah, I dislike them now. I kind of now that I see like who is on whose side, I guess. Thank goodness, the legends were true. The old man was telling the truth. I mean, I did dislike him before. I just wasn't sure after what was said. Like, yeah. All these enchantments and arts devices. Every last one perfectly preserved. This is living history. Not even the greatest history books were able to go into such fine detail about the situation. Wait, this is... who do you dislike, to be clear? Well, like everyone, actually. Well, that specifically I was talking about the Ferranmut guy. Yeah, that one. A silhouette emerges from the darkness. Remont. But yeah, okay, I did from the... what, that guy... Lee Sang? Or whatever. I kinda did also think that this guy was kinda like maybe not too nice as well. Followed by another and another. That's interesting. What exactly? That I dislike him? Their robes, hoods, and masks have not changed at all in the past 20 years. A silhouette he could not be more familiar with emerges from the nightmare that's plagued him for his entire life, and steps right in front of him. Welcome back to your territory, Graf Utrika. Professor Hoffman. What is it, Franz? Look what I just found. This is an art scroll that's been missing for ages. And it can't possibly be brass. Wait, okay, so he did not lead him to them intentionally, he's just fucking distracted. Brass instrument used by Herkunshorn himself. Can it? There are treasures here far more valuable than I ever imagined. My head. It hurts. Where, damn it. Why now, of all times? What is it, when it's the most dangerous? No, I can't fall here. Professor Hoffman, please go. I'll protect you. Franz? What in places are you talking about? Lessing was right. I can't keep running away. Yeah, Lessing, okay. So Lessing is working for Fremon and fighting the remnant of the Witch King, but wants to summon the Witch King's spire? Yeah, okay, gotcha. Hoffman is fucking around in the basement, yeah. All this time, there's always been someone protecting me. All the people by my side. First it was that lady, then that respectable gendarmerie, then Herr Czerny, and him. All of them, more willing to sacrifice themselves than I. Doctor is working with the remnant for unclear reason, yeah. Michael is working for Grimach to summon Genesis Horn, yeah. But this time, I'll do it. And the Grimach is like, well, supporting Frenmot, I guess. But the people who want to summon the horn and the remnants are opposed. Yeah. I do know that. And I dislike both of them, I think. I don't know. Maybe that will change. But this time, I'll do it. I'll kill myself here. I still have the voice of mundane daylight so much. That should be more than enough to blow this chamber to evil to smithereens. And then Ebenholz and Viviana and Federico are just like, what is happening? And also Mastiza. Mastiza is also like, what is happening? Grab that what you want while you still can. Go, hurry. It's time you get some rest, you silly child. What did you say? My life's work is about to be realized. But how am I supposed to accomplish all this without you? This is the second time. Someone holds a brass instrument up high and violently strikes his head. Graf Urtica. Many years ago, he woke up to find himself shackled to that chair. In the 10 years since, was granted this name. He never wanted the title of Graf, and he despised the name Urtica more than anything. Even the name Franz, an old-fashioned name used by countless noble children, is something he has always loathed. It's in that spider standing tall in the center of the Urtica graft shaft. He tried to escape that chair again and again. After all, it was never him that the nobles reporting on the affairs of the graft shaft truly cared about. They knew each other well, which is why the guards only ever came early in the day to drag him from the curtains to the chair. After a long time, he would finally be allowed to roam the spire aimlessly. Not even the guards noticed him then, until the next morning arrived. The days went by in that vicious cycle. If he hadn't tried to run even further afield, hadn't thought about the other person suffering a similar fate, hadn't tried to resist, and hadn't been shown any hope whatsoever, then perhaps he would have been bound to that chair his entire life. But then today, he finds himself caught once again, and behind him is yet another familiar chair. Its shadow is simple, elegant, and entwined with thorns. At a single glance, it feels as if his eyes, brain, and heart have been pierced with intense pain. Even the cheers around him are similar. It's just that this time they call him Witch King. Interesting.
Yeehaw! Mission accomplished!
Yeah. Alright, well, that took almost 2.5 hours. Well, okay. Again, we did the epilogue. But that's interesting. I am invested, as one could say. But I'm also invested in getting stuff. But mostly I'm interested in pulling, you know? I'm very interested in pulling. I'm very interested in getting Framanix from my single pull.
I am Shirayuki.
This game is so shit.
Princess Funizuki told me to assist Miss Chen and follow all your orders.
How many more do we have? 4 more, okay. 4 more. Okay.
It's a little messy here. We're prepping packages to deliver. Oh, yeah, leader. My handle.
Doctor?
Yes, I'm back.
Nice. Luxurious compared to my safe house.
Oh, finally I got 5. I genuinely did not get 5 for like, I don't know, like it's probably at least 5 days, if not more. This is also a new button. That's kind of convenient button. I'm helping. Thank you. Thank you. I like being helped. I don't have any dudes right now. The bots just, what they started doing, and it's like at 2 weeks, they always come at least in pairs, if not in more. What's that about? I guess I can put you from the training room so we can go rest, since I don't have the thing for Aya. I do just need a lot of Kohol. I mean, I guess I could go get Kohol for green certificates. I have like a bunch of
When are
those.
we heading out on our next mission?
But I kinda, with my green certificates, the plan is to save just like a lot. How longer is this? 18 more days to make a decision, okay. My plan for the green certificates is just to save like a shit ton. Then buy everything from 1 and 2 and spend everything on this later. You know, that's the plan. There's probably someone who did calculate how much green certificates you need to clear the second part of the shop, right? There must be someone who did that. I could also like be recruiting, but yeah, I often don't. What do we get? Let's do like AoE sniper. I don't know. I don't know. Now that I have all the... Wait, I still don't actually have Justice Knight, right? I think. No, I do. Yeah, I wanted to say I have all of them, but then I, for a moment, wasn't sure. Now that I have all of them, I, like... don't know. There just isn't anything ever. And I'm too lazy to, like... I'm just clicking on stuff. To remember all the tags,
It's
like what the combinations give you. Like, I remember some of them. I know that, like...
Leader, my hands are all full, so could you come
some of them. But yeah. But it's a good idea to always put someone there.
I'll remember this.
Just for the certificates, if nothing else.
It's a little messy here. We're prepping packages to deliver. Oh yeah, leader, my hands are all full, so could you cut me some tape?
Products received.
I hope you have a fantastic day, Doctor.
Thank you. It's been pretty good. I mean, I did before the stream had a very successful eugenics run, so that's a good day. I did also had a pretty nice lunch. I had pasta like with the cheese sauce, so it was pretty nice. It's also very simple food that even I am able to prepare. Like, okay, I always say that I'm like solid at cooking, I think, honestly. I'm just too lazy to do it. But I think like whenever I cook, it turns out to good. Maybe not great, but good. Alright. Sonata Autumn. A meeting, then desolation. Betrayal, then regret. Autumn's monologue. A standoff. It was meant to be a sudden assault. The casters of Grace Heldenschwert would disguise themselves as musicians and infiltrate the Witch King's spire, while the armies from Erdenhere and Stormland would stay hidden outside through their enchantments. As an aside, I'm curious who you think is the final boss of this event will be. I can kinda see it being the F guy, Fremont. I won't ever remember that name. It might also just be someone who I didn't see yet, but I feel like at this point that wouldn't be the case. But that's like the person who makes the most sense to me at this point. maybe. Need anyways back to this flashback. I guess I can. Nah, I'm locking in Fremont for now at least. It was meant to be a sudden assault. The caster of Grace Heldenschwert would disguise themselves as a musician and infiltrated the Witch King's Spire, while the armies from Edenhere and Stramland would be hidden outside through their enchantments. I already read that. No one dared underestimate the Witch King's power, but the battle was nonetheless harder than everyone could ever have imagined. The army outside the spire was discovered by the Enwald Imperial Guard. The first wave of casters all died at its base, while the second wave was followed by the Endless Staircase. Also want to say that I'm pretty confident that we are not finishing this today yet. It will probably take at least one more stream. The only ones who made it to the throne were the twins, Grimmacht and her sister, Evignade. I'm watching about stars, bro. Evignate, right? Something like that. Black and red had always been the Urtica colors. But from the entrance to its deepest innards, the spire was almost completely void of black tiles. House Urtica's secret chamber lies underground, and it's very close to Sonata Spire, so we can make our way down through it. Herr Frenmod has already left, and we must catch up. 9. Is something the matter? Go no further. The Witch King's Imperial Guard is here. You will die. The Imperial Guard? What do you mean? The folks from Heldenschwert never expected you people to win. They simply wanted the Stramland armies to keep the Imperial Guard at bay while the twins climbed the spire. In their plans, all of you were meant to die. The Witch King, the twins, everyone. Ha. Tell your father and Ernst that the Hochberg should not be buried here, not in the spire. Huh? Yeah, Rainer, my father is dead. I'm the reason that you're the only survivor. I'm the one who took away your freedom. Please, look at me. I'm Viviana. Rainer, what the fuck are you talking about? Exactly. Did you perhaps mistake me for my father? Leave now. Leave Ludwig's Universität. Grimmacht's envoys has passed on the Kaiserin's order. As an Empress's voice, you have more than enough grounds to terminate your mission. And to prevent the voices from going out of sync, Evingarde... Shit, I forgot again. Evingante won't punish you for it either. Viviana's father must be pretty as hell, yeah. Do you hear the commotion around us? It sounds familiar. This is practically a battlefield. My duties prevent me from escorting you out, but I can at least use my melody to forge a path through the chaos for you. 9. I will never forget how quiet and peaceful it was when we entered the campus. The young students' faces still had hope for what was to come. I can't let them become sacrifices to this conflict. While I'm nowhere near as strong as you or Herr Fremont, I'd like to help as many of those weaker than me as I can. I think she's pretty strong. Herr Gunshorn secret lies ahead. Okay, I will just never remember, so I can either check every time I pronounce that, or I'll just be mispronouncing it as every other German words I do anyway. So, Evigegnande said that when das Kaiserenfest comes to an end, you will have another chance to choose. Evigegnande? Wait, are you sure? Are you sure that's the one? That's approximately how I pronounce it. I'll listen to it one more time.
Lieselotte, Evignate.
Evignate. Evignate. There's like... yeah. Evignate. Evignate said that when Das Kaiserfest comes to an end, you'll have another chance to choose. Evignate. Yeah, something like that. Another chance to choose. But once you have gazed upon the country's darkest, most hidden secret, all your other choices will immediately evaporate. We just need to wait those like 2 years until Lyra is playing this side story, and then we will learn. I expected as much. But while I long for freedom, I can't very well turn my back on people suffering right in front of me. Ironic, isn't it? You're just like your father. Yeah, I know. I've always known the kind of man he was. Yeah, very pretty. What is going on? Why are there so many people underground? They charged inside. It's not just Sonnet Spire either. The Scholar Spire next door too. There are students everywhere. Stop them all. Don't let them block the stairs, or we can't chase. Who did that? No idea. There's too much going on. I can't make anything out. But which king's remnants? Listen. Listen to the extreme chaos, as well as the only melody that can be found within it. That's Herr Gunshorn's sigh. It's basically like sighs of kings, right? The final sound our king left upon his land. Yeah, because he's a king, obviously. And this is his sigh. Clearly that's what this is about. They are getting the sword. Didn't expect the sword to be relevant in this side story, I must say, you know? It was really surprising. The Supreme Spire, whose dark shadows on the ground causes all to shudder. Those who do not wish to be engulfed in darkness pedal their arms and climb the staircases leading up. The pitch black will hang over the throne in silence, awaiting inquiries from other souls. Those who hide behind the curtains regret the demise of love. Those who lead the charge in others' stead ponder the meaning of heroism. Those who wade through the sea of their fallen comrades blood lament the price of their sacrifice. All of them now gather at the far ends of the spiral staircase to witness the birth of this melody. Its name, Der Tod des Hexenkönigs. They are making a new song. Interesting. It's the Witch King's army. They are charging towards me. Casters pouring in through catastrophes, origin piercing entire cities. Help! I want to die, but I might as well. Please, burn me to ashes. I don't want to be crumpled into a living ball of flesh. How could you set yourself ablaze, you idiot? Man, everyone here has gone mad. This sounds the pipe organ. Are the Witch King's remains performing? All of us are under the influence of their illusions. Who's there on the podium? All this blood, all these corpses? But who is it lying in the blood? Grimmacht. Ewig Gnade. Ewig Gnade. Hahaha, it's you, the wicked twins. The rumors were true, weren't they? Your souls were cooked up by the Sarkaz arts, and your blood molded from the ambitions of traitors. You killed Letkenion's true king, and took over her throne. You two were born to destroy this country. You're wrong. Grimmacht may be cruel, but she's not evil. Well, I don't know. And who are you? Another Empress's voice? A puppet carrying up the twins' will? Nein, she wouldn't let me become one. But I'm alive because of Grimmacht. I want to help her. I want to. Anyone who accepts a monster's reward becomes a monster themselves. Look at all this. Look at how far Litkenen has fallen because of you people. This fire, this school. Did you keep Ludwig's Universitat around only to impersonate as true Litkenians? To pretend you still had the decency to respect tradition? I've had enough. I'm sick of the Empress's voice showing up at our lectures. I'm sick of silence incapable of anything other than empty praise. Our history, our knowledge, and our arts are all long dead, murdered. So we may as well die together. I'll kill all of you. What are these arts? Why can't I block them? No, is that a fist? Michel's eyes suddenly widen. More and more people rush towards Sonata Spire by the minute, joining the fray as the music continues. Many of them set down their wands, choosing instead to use their fists, legs, and teeth. Is this still the Letkenin he knows? All the rhetorical tricks and combat tactics he learned, even original arts, have lost their effectiveness. Aside from covering under his shield, there is nothing he can do. Right now, he's no different from the young boy he was when he had just left his hometown and arrived in Zwillingstürme. Please, I beg you. Ewig Gnade. I'll do anything. Please, spare me. No, don't hurt me. Grimmacht. Grimmacht. Please stand. Who? Raise your shield and face it to your left. Okay. Help me hold this person up. Gendarme? Who is he? I do not know his name, but he is one of Loris Borton's subordinates. He was attempting to blow my head up with ours. And you still saved him? The third sculpture shattered. He was merely carrying out his duties. I see no reason to harm him. These men may be under the influence of arts, using their reason to their most intense emotion to reach deep within their hearts. Fighting them would be inefficient. I suggest instead quickly rendering them unconscious, as I have been doing. So this entire time, you have been knocking people out while making your way through the crowd? I have also attempted to place them in a corner to ensure that they won't be stepped on or struck into the melee. Danke, then for the not clubbing me the moment you saw me then. I do not require thanks. Oh, shit, Federico also knows German, same as me. Micha Wolf, you may be young, but mentally you are much stronger than most adults. I believe that as long as someone is available to provide you a hint, you will never lose yourself to these illusions. That is not necessarily the case for everyone else. Although I have yet to receive confirmation if it was Arturia's music that caused this chaos, then the abnormal behavior will continue until we end her performance. I leave this place to you, Micha Wolf. Call me Michael. I must continue ascending, Michael. The sound is very familiar. The staircase outside must be as chaotic. Oh, as it was 23 years ago. Panic, anxiety, fear, rage, all these emotions caused by the not-existent spire. The Genesis fire standing at the heart of the canyon. When its sounds can once again be heard far and wide, what sort of music will it finally have in store for us? Hergunshorn, our one and only king. Your magnificence props up the spire, and your radiance shrouds the land. Your soul shines eternal, and your arts will never fade. All of Flat Canyon's wisdom and elegance gathered before you. Your luminance and greatness are the pillars of her success. Lift your heads, all who prostrate on the land before him. Gaze upon our king's accomplishment, his glory. I must say, well, I don't must say anything, but I want to. Yesterday, so we played with Baldur's Gate with Lyra and Olsey, and we ended like a bit after midnight. I'm like trying to go to sleep around midnight, maybe like midnight 30, you know. I will most often push it a little bit later. But yeah, we ended, and I was like, yeah, okay, I'll go to sleep. I'll just quickly log into HSR to like, what did I even want to... Oh yeah, I wanted to do the event thingy because it's like, wanted to collect the rewards that it automatically got, so I can like level up and progress through the night faster. It's basically like an idle game, right? So, yeah. And I thought, you know, I'll do that. That will take like 10 minutes, then I'll go to sleep. I played it for like an hour. And then I went to sleep at like fucking 1:30 a.m. Maybe fell asleep around 2. So yeah, did not sleep. Okay, I don't want to say I slept badly, but I definitely slept shorter time than normally. So, yeah. Gaze upon our king's accomplishment, his glory. At last, the day has finally arrived. For 2 decades, I've dreamt of walking up these long stairs and standing before this very throne. Oh no, I mean, Davina, you go to sleep like... You go to sleep at like, I don't know, 8 a.m. For 2 decades, I've dreamt of waking up those long stairs and standing before this very throne. I go to sleep a lot of times, yeah. Fortunately, fate provided me the enchantments you left of Gulden's Gesart. Today, very soon, your final melody will be performed. Herkun's horn, Lethen's most supreme ruler. Allow me to once again seek an audience. Allow me to seek your forgiveness. Good boy, friends. Oh. I apologize. I had no choice but to knock you out. Does your head still hurt? Your heart is snazzy? Yeah. I honestly, already when the bondage sword guy, I think I mentioned it, said it on like the stairway, I was... Okay, he didn't say it directly, but I was kind of suspecting this. And then when they surprised us in the basement, but then he was also like kind of fucking around, you know, with the stuff that was there. So I was like, oh, maybe he's just like really into this stuff. And I guess he is, just also a Nazi. Yeah. I would have thought you'd have plenty of questions for me. Huh. Yeah, that's the look. You're in pain, but unwilling to give in. Even lying in sludge, you'd still look upon your betters with scorn. My betters? All I see is a flock of madmen putting in on a show. Your ramblings are even less worth listening to than than the noise in my head. You believe us insane, and that we have mistaken you for the Witch King, and so we repent and kneel before you. What a shame. Even I had hoped that you would truly become him. If only our original experiments had succeeded. If only we'd found the way to perform the voice of mundane right from the start. Then neither you nor the other children would have suffered so. It was you? I must say, okay, not that I'm like, know much about this topic. Would neo-Nazis that are like the real ones, you know, do they like Hitler? I thought they like have ideology that's basically the same, right? But I thought that Hitler is kind of like universally hated, right? I don't know. Yeah, they do. Oh yeah. Oh. Okay. They pretend they don't, but they do. But no, they like Hitler. I see. Okay, well that sucks. And no, and to think I was going to protect you. On the forums and stuff, they actively quote him, but they pretend to be much more respectable in public. I see. Okay. That's like a fun information. I really thought, well, what I thought, right? That like they just share an ideology, which is like obviously bad, but they still like don't like Hitler because he was kinda did a bunch of bad things. I don't know. I can't really imagine people being like, oh yeah, I actually loved that guy. But I guess, yeah, some people are bad. They think shit he did was entirely morally correct. That's cool. That's really cool. Ha. Yeah, that's my reaction to that information as well. You're coughing up blood. Spit. I almost wish my blood really were imbued with evil power. Then I could have at least burned away the deceitful mask you are wearing. But I haven't told you a single lie. I haven't told you a single lie. When we first met, you'd yet to learn to walk. All you could do was sit on your mother's lap. Was she also a remnant of the Witch King? Is that what you wanted to ask? Are you worried that your birth itself was some sort of evil ritual? Nay, quite the opposite. But you wish it were, don't you? You want your entire life to have been a conspiracy, through and through. That way, you'd feel comfortable despising it. But it doesn't make sense, my dear friends. Your mother was a respectable woman. She was a descendant of the Urtikas, part of the Witch King's bloodline. So to others, she was almost by definition one of the remnants. Before she died, she entrusted you to a friend and old servant of the Witch King, and to protect you, she too was killed by the Empress's voice. Would you scorn them as well, even though they truly loved you? So after taking away my love, now you tell me I don't deserve to hate either? You want me to be nothing more than an empty husk, all the better to squeeze that old fart into me. Heh, just try. The Witch King's whispers, his robes, his crown, what else is there? Don't worry, my child. When Herkun's horn's power arrives, we will end your cruel fate and heal you of your scars and pain. I thought I told you to let him go. So you chased us after all. It must have been hard to make it past all the enchantments outside, no? This is my responsibility, and I don't give up. I'm surprised you were able to cleave through my defense with enchantments. I sharpen my sword with my arts every day. I make sure that it's as solid as my will. Your sword. It was a special enchantment that specifically targets traditional Latvian arts. Did the professor teach you that? Has he always been prepared to make an enemy of Latvian? The old man's never been one to pick his enemies, and neither do I. Our enemies crawl out of the shadows on their own. Just like you, Gerhard. I never expected to point my sword at someone who was once my ally. We don't have to be enemies, Lysing. The Myers have served the Urtica for generations. As long as you're willing to stand on our side and help friends, there will always be a place for you by the throne. The throne? All I see is a musty old chair. My grandfather, my parents, all of them have been held hostage by the chair for far too long. Why should I repeat the same mistake and bind myself to it again? Well said. Those unwilling to be bound by the past will always try to seek out a different fate. like you and like me. The concertmaster has started the performance. It's almost time. No one can stop the advent of Herbst anymore. But Herr Kunschorn isn't the one sitting on the throne. His name is Ebenholz, and it's my duty to bring him back with me. As long as I live, nothing will stop me from reaching that battered chair. Battered chair? Battered? It doesn't matter how many men you have. Come at me. Battered chair? Yeah, that sounds great. Guess the Zwachter. The melody has begun. Not even you can stop its flow. Perhaps not. Your sword is reverberating? Is this like the blue reverberation? Is this Project Moon reference? It's useless, Gesatzwachter. You may be able to chain down a single man's mind, but 100? 1,000? Your melody will be drowned in chaos. But before that happens, we'll take a short little break. And I'll be right back. It will actually be short, not like the last one. I took my time there, but now it will be shorter. Burp. Hello, hello. I'm back. Much like how Gesatzwachter were unable to stop the melee at the foot of the Witch King's Spire 23 years ago. If so, I will kill Chaos itself. Yeah, I'd also killed the Chaos boss in Mutagenics several times, actually. I did kill Chaos as well. That's so, you know, good luck. It's a tough one. It's not, but you can do it. His long sword pierces not his enemy's chest, but instead the ground beneath them. A golden radiance surges from the blade, drowning out even the Gesatzwachter's armor, then dashes towards the sky to form a webbing the color of the setting sun, enveloping Soneta's fire within it. All sounds within reach of his arts are drowned out, leaving nothing but a solemn melody reverberating in the air. A golden curtain? Those arts should take at least 10 Gesatzwachter to cast. How did you manage it all on your own? The harmony of the Gulden Gesatz is inviolable. Today, no one outside Ludwig's Universität, I almost did call him Ludwig now, crazy, will hear a single discordant note. I swear by my flesh, blood, and soul, not a single remnant of the Witch Kings will leave this spire alive. You and your arts must be extinguished here. The melodies changed again. Gerhard. Took you long enough, Professor. I'm sure killing Aslet Cannon casters would be a simple matter for you. But as always, you're unwilling to dirty your own hands. How many times do I have to tell you? Asliches are just as keepers of the Palace of Knowledge. We bring our wisdom to the different races to advance the development of arts, but we never interfere with a country's own affairs. That was the Court of Lich King's contracts with the Ancestor, and it is in the Lich's Creed. I just noticed something. Lich and Witch sounds very similar. I don't think that's a coincidence. That has to mean something. I understand all too well. A group of Sargas living in Letkennin's most ancient spire, the seat of her power. No Letkennin would willingly accept that truth. I'm quite jealous of you, you know? Even against Herr Gunfshorn, all you did was provide an enchantment that molded those twins. Ha! You don't need to bear the responsibility of changing history, nor did you stain your hands with the blood of your closest friend. Ha! Ha! I don't get what you're thinking at all. Years ago, you're the one who tried to convince me to stop Herkunshorn, but now you're mingling with these third-rate wannabes. Fermat being the Witch King's teacher and close friend came up last stream too. I know they mentioned it at some point. I don't know when it was. I know it was Well, I know that they mentioned it before. Yeah, because I changed and you're the one who changed me. You had no research. You had me research the Gulden Gesats and think of Latvian's history, and I did exactly as you asked. But the deeper I got into my research, the more I despaired. The thing that stopped me more, like, I didn't know that they are friends, but whatever is about the enchantment that molded those twins, what does that mean? I guess the fact that he, I guess, helped to kill the Witch King, even though they were friends, I don't know. Maybe. I do definitely not remember that he was his teacher. But the deeper I got into my research, the more I despaired. Herkunfshorn's accomplishments were simply too dazzling. Oh, it was mentioned that everything... Shit. Avig... I will just listen to it again. It's funny.
Lieselotte, ewig Gnade.
Ewig Gnade. Ewig Gnade. And Grimacht were homunculi, artificially created humans, and Fremon help. Oh. Hey! Oh, I don't remember that at all. Well, I know now that he, like... Interesting. He resolved the Syracusan problem and saved Latvianian when it was on the verge of breaking apart. He crushed Corsica and first Corsica I, and prevented us from becoming a Gaulish vassal state. Only through his presence have we thwarted every existential threat to the country, again and again. We had such a great man on the throne, and we killed him. When did I ever tell you to read up on the great Herkunfshorn was? Besides, what does his greatness have to do with him killing so many Sarkas and Latvianians alike, turning the country into a smoking hot mess, and plunging his ears to anyone else's opinions? I must say my opinion of Fremont is, like, kinda, definitely, like, increasing. Like, improving, I guess. That's the word. But I still don't know. Still wouldn't say I like him, definitely. I had to study the Gulden's Gesats because I wanted you to have a more open-minded outlook, not to pore over every trivial growing pain every nation goes through. Hardships happen, then everyone goes back to their lives. But somehow you got up in this nonsense. How can you even consider this when so many have died? Because I can see them, Professor. I'm not like you, a sarcasm with control over even death itself. When we die, that's it. We become a speck of dust in this land forever. The death can never feel my hatred. All those years ago, I was the one who persuaded them to fight. I sent them to their deaths in the Witch King's Spire. If that battle had never happened, he wouldn't have died, and neither would they. You idiot. And that's why you want to resurrect him? You can't possibly think that when you do see him, he's going to praise you for this, or even comfort you. He wasn't some kindly old grandfather who sang nursery rhymes to dumb kids. He wouldn't even spare you a glance. He treated you as a speck of dust dirtying his floor. Ha ha ha, you still don't understand a thing. A selfish and cowardly man like me. Everything I do to seek my own forgiveness. That thing you're holding, the missing Gulden's Gesats? More precisely, it's the lingering trace of Herkunshorn's power he left in the Gudens Gesat. You want to use his arts by force? Don't be stupid, Gerhard. You can't do it. I've come too far not to. I don't want to regret this a second time. A flame rises, so black and so red that it seems drenched in blood. The walls of the chamber tremble violently. Originum crystals sprout and glow from every crevice between the brick and tile, even piercing the ground's foundation. Ebenholz. Harry, Gerhard's going to destroy this whole school. Which king? The voice of Mundane. It's boiling in my head. It will be free soon. That's not the voice of Mundane reacting. It's not. I don't know who first got it wrong, or maybe Gerhard has given up on summoning him through you entirely. But Herkunshorn's powers isn't originating from your mind. You aren't the key melody here. Arturia. You're a little later than expected. Is it because you were helping the Gendarmerie? You have grown soft. What happened to the executor who would stop at nothing to fulfill his mission? The fourth sculpture. You aren't playing. You must be shocked, aren't you? Like I've told you, you don't need to rush to find me. Until my real audience arrives, I'm just a listener myself. You aren't the source of the illusions the men below are experiencing. I'm a little hurt. We have been competing against each other for how long now? But we still confuse the truth my music draws out with the illusion a conman would use. Besides, haven't you noticed? The people trapped in this fire have always hated each other. They have never stopped fighting. Isn't laying the blame for this chaos entirely on mind-affecting arts also a form of running away? Lieutenant's affairs are not within the purview of the notarial hall. Primary targets are limited to you and your accomplices. Who is manipulating the sculptures to protect you? An avid listener of mine. You arrived a bit too late, just a little earlier, and you could have had a front row seat to Der Tod das Haxon-Konix. The fifth. Arturia, I'm well acquainted with every crime you have committed. Your arts have affected a variety of regions and social classes, but you have never actively participated in political conflict. Do you remember my mother's funeral? How I freed the emotions everyone had kept hidden in their hearts. It was the first time I realized how easily others fell into my melodies. I do remember that as well, by the way. I do remember as well, Arturia. But shit. My ammo boost fell into my fucking plate. Also, I'm in pain now because I smacked my knee into my table. But I can't complain if my Among Us fell. That's much worse. Oh no, the Among Us, exactly. But it's fine. They had a piece of pie on them. I had pie today. I had a pear pie. It's pretty good. After I had my pasta. But it brought me no joy. Quite the opposite. I was disappointed. Powerful emotions should give rise to more than just chaos. Emotions are meant to bolster our souls, to allow us to overcome any obstacle, even our predestined extinction. Which is why I came here in my search. The 6th. If you're looking at the to perform the Witch King for the Witch King, then you will never succeed. He perished long ago. Your melody has no effect on the dead. It would seem you are a little mistaken about this performance. The shadow over the throne was dispersed, and the twin heroes walked out of the spire to the adoration of the masses. But those who stayed put are still waist deep in the emotions they felt when they witnessed the mountain crumble before them. Their thought des Hexenkonix isn't about the Witch King. He was never the main character of this piece. Who was that? What happened? Why are we here? My hand hurts. Why am I bleeding? The stairs are shaking. Is the spire coming down? What's with the black fire burning from the ground? Help! Help! These are Herkumshorn's enchantments. You have all come to your senses. We need to get out of this fire now. You're awake too? Candlelight. Candlelight? Here, this way. But the flames. The whole Sonata spire is enveloped by these black flames. I'll open up a path. With your candle flame? Pay attention to the shadow it casts on the wall. The shadows tearing the black flames apart? Yeah, this is the true form of my art. You must be disappointed. They are not nearly as beautiful as you thought, right? No, main dame. This is stunning. You don't often see art that can rival Hergufsorn's undying black flames. I can defeat them. But as long as something truly exists, it casts a shadow. The most I can manage is make use of this principle to ever so briefly create a chance to survive. Is something the matter? I was just thinking that I was your enemy until a moment ago, yet you aren't blaming me. Why should I? You said you are not an Empress's voice, and I have yet to formally enter the Kaiserin's spire myself. Here, you can just be you, and I can just be Viviana. We aren't carrying out the Kaiserin's orders. We're simply helping out the poor souls struggling in this music. So please take the students and make your way out as fast as you can, while they are still recovering their mobility. I can still hold a little longer. I can see golden light outside. The Gesatzwachter skirton has already enveloped this place. You could destroy this fire at any moment. I trust that Herr Rainer will make the appropriate decision. What about you then? My candle flame will extinguish sooner or later. Hopefully it chooses the most meaningful moment too. Frau Hochberg, Viviana. Go, Michael. Please, take care of yourself and these young students. Each of you has a future that someone like me could never dream of. This is the place. Surround the spire. Casters from Kaiseren Inspires. Reminds me of Slay the Spire. Which apparently, fun fact that I read about, apparently Slay the Spire was being review bombed for second time. Every time there are balance changes, the game gets review bombed. I find that bad. I don't know. I feel like, especially since the game is in beta, they just like it's kinda stupid. Like if you don't like the balance changes, like I don't know what to tell you. God, review bombs suck. Yeah, I agree. It's like on one hand, I also feel like the devs do take feedback, like, but. And also, I don't think the reviews, like, on Steam, I don't know, especially for a game like Slay the Spire 2, that's, like, I guess, well known, I would say, for, like, an indie game, like, extremely well known. I don't know how much it affects anyone's opinion of the game. I personally don't ever look on user reviews on games, because they just, I don't think they are all that helpful, often. But it is just like so stupid. You can kind of just like, I feel like if you feel like something is underpowered, overpowered, you can just kind of contact them. And the game is still in beta. You can, this is not the final product. Also, I want to say, I actually haven't played Slay the Spire too much, by the way. Like, I played it a lot when it released, but I haven't played like the new update at all, the new patch. I really like, what Edmund Macmillan does, what he did with Isaac and what he's doing with Mutagenics as well. Because, well, very much it's just the fact that he will be like, oh, tell me like 5 worst items and we'll like buff them, I guess. And I think that's cool. And sometimes they make like a absolutely unusable item into an OP one, but that's fine. The game is balanced about having items that are OP, talking about specifically Isaac, but I guess Mutagenics as well. I mean, it's a roguelike, and if you get lucky, if you find an OP item, you're just gonna have a good run. That's fine. They are not items that are by themselves game-winning, yeah, but like, yeah. Does it make sense? I think that I like that about the games, how he manages that. It feels like also involved with the community. But yeah, I just got reminded of them because they keep talking about spires. Haven't seen Cora today yet. That's right, Brent. Haven't I already said that? Love a good spire? Yeah. These are the Kaiseren's orders. We are to assist you in resolving the problem here. Good. Use your arts. Join me as an accompaniment. I will go back to like Slay the Spire. What I really hope they kinda do until the game like launches fully is I really think they should either nerf elites or buff elite rewards, because it feels like compared to Slay the Spire 1, the elites are just, and this is by the way not something, like I've seen people say the same thing, but I've just found myself not picking elites. I was in Slay the Spire 1, if I like thought I can beat them, obviously, I would always go for elites. Because they were like manageable and you got a nice reward. But again, if you just like had a good deck, obviously there were like times where we were like, oh okay, yeah, I don't think I can kill an elite at this point because I either have low HP or not good cards. But now I feel like the elites, especially in Act 1 in early game, are just so hard and the rewards are like kinda like they are basically the same as they were in Slay the Spire 1, right? But I feel like with the difficulty it's not worth to take them. It's worth, I would say it's more worth to save the HP and take like even an event or something that can be good. So I kinda hope, like, I would actually prefer if they made like better rewards instead of making them easier, but I also think making them easier would help. Like, I also don't think giving too good of a rewards like is good, especially with how it's made. Like, they can give you like 2 relics or something like that. That would be overpowered on the other hand. But yeah, I just talking about Slay the Spire because I love that video game. But I don't know. I know that there are more people who share this opinion. I also don't know if it's like unpopular or not. But yeah, I just found myself when I got on the higher ascensions to just dodge elites basically completely, because most of my runs would just end on Act 1, which was, to be fair, I think also case in Slay the Spire 1, but much more in here. Good, use your arts. Join me as an accompaniment. I will tighten the curtain. No, Herr Rainer. Step aside, Envoy of Grimacht. Will you continue to stand in our way? Your earlier behavior alone is reason enough to suspect you of colluding with the Witch King's remnants. There are still innocents inside. I see the students have all been evacuated, and Herr Fremont wouldn't die so easily. But the Sancta and Viviana is still inside? She's trapped by the Black Flames and stayed behind to save me and the students. Brent, this is our best chance to eliminate the threat. Once the ensemble is complete, your strength will completely annihilate the Spire. Viviana will perish too. It was her decision to enter the battlefield. Werner gave his life for Latgenian. We can't let his one and only daughter follow in his footsteps. You promised Werner that you'd save her. We both did. Have you forgotten your oath? Have you forgotten your oath, Rainer? The blade and arts of Gesatzwachter belong only to the Gulden Gesatz and to Latgenian. It doesn't matter how Herr Gunshorn treats his subjects, he's Latgenian's rightful ruler, as recognized by the Gulden Gesatz. If you chose to fight alongside House Hochberg, you will be abandoning your duties as a Gesatzwachter. One more time, and you will be making an enemy out of all of us. Brent, why didn't you come save us? We grew up together. We are like brothers. I know you loathe the Witch King too. You despise his tyranny over Stormland citizens, and you hate how he turned our homeland into a battlefield and a testing ground. The Battle of the Four Empires was years ago, and the skies above Stormland are still filled with catastrophic clouds formed by originium shards. Many of our children are doomed to be born with these accursed stones. Why can't we resist? Why can't we make him pay the price? Is it because the Gulden Gesatz dictates that he's the ruler and that we are his attendants? Nein, it isn't right for us to be born that way. If your power is merely dependent on some inviolable will, does that make your will the Gesatzwachters will fundamentally lie? It's that lie that's forcing you to run away from your direction, as well as from your remorse towards the dead Hochbergs. Brand Trainer. Make your decision now. Viviana. His body wobbles once, almost unnoticeably. Then small cracks start appearing in the garden curtain. Resonance. At last, I got you. The 7th. All the sculptures have been destroyed. You no longer have a means to resist. Just a moment longer, my dear Federico. Do you hear that? Brand Trainer, his soul is finally opening up to my melody. His strong will has finally broken free of his restraints, and the surge of emotions will lead him to make the decision he will regret the least. This is what I've been waiting for, the truest climax of this piece. Well, actually, I did say Viviana's life. I guess that's nice of her. A melody so impassioned that it approaches piercing rings out from the strings of Arturia's cello. Anyway, yeah. Anyway. Cool art. As though motivated by the music, black originium flames rise from the deepest depths of the earth and tear asunder the surface many inches away. I want to say, I was kinda keeping this because I was like expecting them to mention it. I kinda don't get what the Genesis horn is still. And I don't know if by this point I should know. I was kinda the whole time expecting that they will just say it at some point. And I either like missed it or they just didn't. It's the Witch King's Spire. Okay, that makes it simple. I know they talked about Witch King's Spire several times, wanting to like resurrect it, but I don't know that's the same thing as Genesis horn. Okay, thank you. The one they tore down and replaced with the Twin Empresses spires. Yeah. The Witch King's musicians are standing guard at the foot of the spire. All walk single file into the black flames, chanting even as they are incinerated to ash. The very spire that holds up to the skies, the inevitable, indispensable, and eternal pillar. Now rise. Something pours out of the earth's flesh. This is like, I'm guessing, kind of a big deal for even a non-Latvianian people, right? I wonder how other people reacted to actually the Witch King. Because there wasn't like, I mean, there was the Four Empires War or whatever that was called, but that wasn't against Witch King. Witch King was like, I don't remember how exactly that, who actually fought right now. It was, the Witch King was terrifying caster who stood alone as the most powerful sorcerer on Terra. And in fact, oh wait, it was against the Witch King? Oh shit, I'm stupid then. I thought that he was... Okay, well, ignore whatever I said then. In that case, can you tell me, unless that's spoilers, I guess, Corsica I lost that war because he made the stupid decision to invade Latvianian. Yeah, but like the other two empire, the other two people, or like countries or whatever, were on Latvian side, no, in that war, or were there? So like I guess it was against the Witch King, but I thought that like the majority was with the Witch King, but they were, yes, okay, but yeah, okay, sure. Corsica started to fight with everyone at once. Smart. Causing Victoria and Ursus, right? I remembered Victoria, I didn't remember Ursus, who was like the third one. Fourth one, right? So they allied with Latvianians, so like, yeah, that was basically what I was getting at. It's like they didn't, I guess, accept Corsica. They did like support Witch King, even if they maybe like weren't. Yeah, I don't know how to. Wait, no, I was right. In what exactly? I mean, I trust what you're saying. I was just kinda. It was a political alliance of convenience. Yeah. I mean, I kinda get that. Basically, I was kinda wondering if like the other countries would decide to start a war against Witch King, but I guess they wouldn't, since they decided to support him. Don't know though. Corsica one is basically Napoleon. That won't really help me much, I'll be honest, because I know very little about Napoleon. Jen, they didn't. Gotcha. Okay, so basically that happened. Well, interesting. This game has a great world building. Though there were plenty of territorial squabbles afterwards, as they divided up the destroyed Gaul. That makes sense. Finally, the Duke of Wellington was the one who destroyed the capital of Gaul. I see, the one who's still alive and leading Dublin. Yeah. I do remember that guy. He was in that epilogue. I do remember that Duke Castor got into communication with him at the end of chapter, well, basically both 12 and 13. In 13 they saw each other in person. There was that other Duke whose name I don't remember. I remember Duke of Wellington and Duke of Castor, but I don't remember who was that third one. No, okay, yeah, so that kind of cleared it out to me. I was just wondering how other countries in general, I guess, were reacting to just Witch King being there, because he just wasn't very nice, especially after apparently he went mad. He wasn't an imperialist because he didn't care anymore. Gotcha. The thing about the Witch King is that as mentioned, he just did not care about other people. And yeah, I read in bad order. The Witch King was used as terrifying super weapon. Gotcha. Something pours out of the Herbst's flesh. It is a high spire. It bears a red tint to its blackness, a spiral shape, and a strange sharpness. He didn't bother invading because as his life went, he went mad, which you will learn more about. Alright. The long-lost Witch King Spider standing atop the land once more. So yeah, basically how I actually got to say that is that I mentioned that this spider just appearing again must be kind of a big deal for everyone, not just Latvianian, I would guess.
sorts.
It is concerning for everyone, yeah.
Solid positioning. Cut them to pieces.
Follow me!
As it will certainly shake political alliances up. Yeah, makes sense. Also, I don't know if it was mentioned. When does this happen? I would guess, if I had to guess... I should change the thingy.
Great view from here.
Maybe I shouldn't, because these guys are yellow. Oh.
Here we are!
Guide ahead was 1099. Hotus came after that, and this is after Hotus. Yeah. Alright. Okay. Yeah, I could have like kinda connected that a little bit. So I guess by rough estimate it could be 1100, for example. My partner's estimation is I guess let's do this. It's fine. We can deal with it. Everyone will be faster, but I don't really mind. That means I get to kill them faster. Oh no, we have an exact date? Oh, we do, okay. What the hell is that? The Witch King's Spire? Is that the Witch King's Spire? But it's September... Wait, no, okay, but it's September 1100, gotcha. Okay. The Witch King is back. That terrifying tyrant, that evil caster, he's back. Stop. Don't turn back. Don't push. Haha, where would you even run? This is the punishment that the great Hergunfshorn is laying down on us. Burn, burn. What are you doing? You're attracting the flames. It's all over anyway. Why even bother lying to ourselves anymore, pretending to have dignity? Put out the fire. Put it out. Information. Information? About what? No, it's coming this way. The entire school is... There's no stopping it. The black flames engulf everything in their wake. Laughter, sobbing, nothing is spared. As the sound of thunder rips through the air, the thick layers of clouds above descend lower and lower, almost becoming one with the strange fire before them. Some of the older students remember the history books that they happened to have read deep inside the spire, the ones that went unburned. They said that during the Battle of the Four Empires, Hergunfshorn brought an originum storm that rippled apart the skies from the battlefield, swallowing an entire Gaulish landship fleet at once. Did he like a fucking start and catastrophe? Is that what that's saying? And now, at that very same location, that remains a terrifying rift deep in the catastrophe clouds. The screams of the sleepless dead reverberating within. Hergunfshorn is the most powerful recorded caster and he is able to summon catastrophes. That's pretty neat. That's pretty powerful, I can see that. Like that's oh my god. Get a nuke in what was functionally 1800. Yeah, I see. some... I'm still kind of confused about what the shard is, but shard is like the nuke that they kind of developed after that, let's say. I'm guessing it's after that, but it would make sense. Of course, Fremont was his teacher and is more than 1,000 years old, so off the record. I see. Herr Gesetzwachter, the curtain isn't going to hold. The students are all trying to escape. We can't stop them. Everyone has seen the spire. Sooner or later, the news will spread. Should we... 9. Lower the curtain. Concentrate all your energy on dealing with the black flames. It's not working. This assault was more than enough to decimate the vanguard of Casimir's and Knights. Sarka's witchcraft wasn't even considered real arts until Logos developed a theory able to bridge the gap between the two. That's really cool. Logos is smart. Herkunftsthorn's enchantments are not so easily removed. As the legend goes, the way he used arts was fundamentally different from other casters. During the Battle of the Witch King's Spire years ago, only the Kaiserinen were able to perform their melodies unimpaired. All other casters' arts failed. But his music rules, I agree, I'm kinda vibing listening to this. That Spire. Makes sense, you know, the whole fucking country is based on music. This whole game is based on music. We must lay siege to it and take care of the problem at its source. Brent, do you hear that? The lightning has stopped. She's here. We're saved. Everyone, defend. I actually have a question. I don't know if you will know. Is there like an album or something? Like, what would I need to search on Spotify to find Arknights OST? Because if I write Arknights, that's not really what it finds, if I remember correctly. Well, I'm doing it right now. There's just nothing that looks official. Hello everybody, hope you're having a good day. I genuinely don't know, probably MSR Records. MSR Records. Doesn't found anything. Oh wait, no, it does found anything. Well, okay, they have oh no, okay, I just found it, thank you. Oh, only has like operator EPs and stuff, not in-game music. I see, okay. I mean, I know that they have at least the 2 songs with Millie, which is Grown Up Paradise and Tie Hua Fei. It's incredibly hard to even find the names of the in-game track. They should work on that. I would listen to this for sure, at least in my... yeah, okay. My playlist with OSTs is called, I listen to it while reading. Because, yeah. If I listen to music with lyrics, I tend to concentrate on the lyrics, and that's distracting while reading. I just go to YouTube, which is probably not very helpful. Yeah. I mean, it is... yeah, I'm used to using Spotify. So we keep going it fucking... Il Sirakusano was Team Wolfmuster. Gotcha. I do remember that one. That was like I think the first time they had like OST with prominent vocals. Because that's the file name. I see. That's rough. I don't know if the second Siracusa event also has relics. It's a good one. Looking forward to it. I'm actually like overall very excited for the next Siracusa story. Okay, I kinda hate it there, but there were just like the characters that I love. Obviously Penguin Logistics in Il Siracusano, don't know if that will be... I'm kinda expecting Texas to be there, she's even on the cover art. But, yeah. I put her there, she is an Penguin Logistics, but it still has quite a few of them, I see, okay. But yeah, even other than Penguin Logistics, I really like Lapland. I like the judge lady, whose name I do not remember. The guy whose name I don't remember also grew on me quite a lot. And yeah. Lavina Penance Falcone, yeah, Lavinia. Learn to so right, yeah. Everyone, defend. Oh, right. Since I alt-tapped to Spotify, I need to reset my drivers. The clouds begin to crack. There is no sound, no shaking, and no omen of any kind. A bolt of purple-black lightning simply crashes down from high above. Likewise, it is not accompanied by any kind of flash explosion or shocking roar. It merely pierces the spire's body and crashes the seemingly impenetrable tower layer after layer. I'm also expecting that the next Siracusa story might maybe expand a bit on Project Red, because she kinda just appeared at the very end at like an epilogue with Crown Slayer, so her as well, which I'm kinda excited for. It merely pierces the spire's body and crushes the seemingly impenetrable tower layer after layer from top to bottom. By the time the first piece of falling gravel reaches the ground, the reborn Witch King's spire has already ceased to be, as though it had never existed in the first place. Yeah, it's not really spoiler to say that Red and Crown Slayer are major characters. Yeah, I did kinda expect that. Because yeah, well, I'm wondering, because like Crown Slayer is definitely like one of those. Crown Slayer is even a Warpower Protector. That's cool. I've heard that with her module she became like really good. What did I want to say? Yeah, Project Red is definitely like one of those people who like the wolf ghost thingies, like train to kill the other ones. And yeah, she was alright before the module, but she was being compared to Texas and Yato, who are busted. Makes sense. She's straight up the best stall operator. I see, that's pretty cool. And yeah, Red always talks about her grandmother. Oh, that's... Okay. By the time the first piece of falling gravel reaches the ground and Reborn Witch King's spire has already ceased to be, as though it had never existed in the first place. She was the best stall operator until Dragonia released. Yeah, that makes sense. I know also that she mentioned Cult a lot, so I was kind of wondering if Cult could... Like, she definitely is somehow related to that whole thing, I'm guessing. but I don't know how. I'm also wondering, like, if Emperor will be mentioned, because I'm really wondering what the fuck is with Emperor and, like, all the fucking immortal birds in this video game. Godseed is fully Red's adoptive mother. Oh, that's neat. Huh. Finally, the earth starts trembling, as though reacting to the spire's fall. It's in Red's files, gotcha. Behind the wall of arts conjured by the Imperial casters, the crowd stands in terror, with their eyes wide open. At the highest point of the ruins, they see a figure holding a sword, emitting a purple-like spark of lightning. Hi! Herkunshorn's shadow will no longer be permitted to shroud Latvian soil. Especially not that of a fake. Yeah, Grimac, God, she's cool. She is very cool. I'm still not sure what I think about her. Like, how evil is she? if we are certainly dealing with the fake, but it's really quite remarkable how easily his expectations were shattered. A shame that, as just like her blonde twin, their souls were molded by art's enchantments, and I'm afraid there are few ripples that I can perform with. I need to play Edge, so we're taking a short break. Gundam just, yeah, okay, we already started. Alright, I'll be right back. Hello, hello. It's over. What your plans were for the Gesatzwachter is now irrelevant. We have failed. Is that so? Federico, you are as impatient as ever. The climax of a piece is never its end. Arturia spreads her arms and falls backwards into the air behind the railing. Then, the remains of the sculpture lift her up, and she quickly rises even higher. I'll be waiting for you at the end of the stairs. What just happened? The chamber rose and then... I grabbed you and jumped. That's right. You jumped without hesitation, without even checking on your poor old grandfather. Victory, Witch King 7 undefeated. Yippee! Okay, and everything ended well. I guess I did manage to end it today. That was unexpected. Even earlier than I planned to stream. There's no way anything would happen to you. You heartless little runt. Grimmacht really didn't hold back with the sword. If I hadn't pulled you two out of in time, you'd have been buried in the dirt alongside all those masked men. What about Gerhard? Is he dead? He ran. But he won't get far. His body can't withstand Herkunshorn's arts. He will collapse in no time, like an infected with rapidly deteriorating symptoms. Oh, thank you for saving Ebenholz and blessing Fremont. Yes, very nice. Oof, ha. So my body really cannot become the Genesis Horn's vessel. The sound. Hello, Herr Scholar. Oh no. You were waiting for me? Correct. I visited this school just for you. If you don't mind me asking, would you be willing to allow my melody to accompany you as you reach the end of your life? Danke. To the Latvianian, there's nothing more romantic than dying to the sound of a beautiful music. My only regret is that Grimmacht came too soon, and I didn't get to meet Herkunshorn. He didn't awaken, and there was no one to answer my question. If he was truly so great, then why was he killed by mere men like us? And why must I carry the burden of that decision? In the end, you remain tormented by regret. But Herr Scholar, you have never truly been free. Why must you feel regret over past decisions? I'm not free? Your tattered, weary heart is now laid bare before me. I can feel everything you feel. On the night of the Battle of the Spire, your heart was filled with spite towards the tyrant. But aside from that, there was also doubt. Of course, the man I was about to kill, Herkunshorn, was the rightful ruler of Latvianian. Then, what planted the seeds of your emotion? You mean, what influenced me to think that? Are you implying that someone was telling me to look up to Latvianian's king? He visited many places and collected a variety of music. I found that although each of them has a unique style, they all share some commonalities in their origin, and Latvianian's in particular is the most classical of them all. This country was born from a movement, a melody blending together 10 tribes with different cultures. One language proves to be a barrier, Music is the only means to communicate. Sorry, I felt like I heard something playing. But why is that? Why would different worlds produce similar experiences from the same melody? Is there some kind of power binding both you and us? Right. Why do conflict and crises always repeat into endless spiral? Why is it so hard to change Latinian? I know, your music is telling me that I've always known. It's just that power, it keeps me from finding it. The answer is in my hands. My teacher never lied to me. The golden melody. Latvianians will. All of us Latvianians are trapped. Haha, so it's true. I've never really had a choice. It wasn't my fault. Thank goodness. Dumbass. The scholar realizes that he is once again standing at the highest point of Ludwig's Universität. That is the first time in 23 years that he's earnestly gazed at the sunset outside. The clouds are fluffy, and although they are completely soaked in blood, they yet maintain the original shapes. This is Latvianian's evening glow. Gerhard Hoffmann notices that his body and the golden facades have fallen together on the spiral staircase, while his consciousness drifts out the window with the melody and dissolves into the clouds. He has never felt so free. Stay quiet for a moment. I want to let his emotions linger at my fingertips for a little longer. I've heard that you call yourself an executioner. You have witnessed so many deaths, but have you ever truly touched the last bout of emotion that bursts forth at their final moment? The magical national anthem is a metaphor for normal national anthem because both are nationalist propaganda. I see. What exactly does... I mean, this one is magical, right? I know that the guy used it at the start to get information out of that one person, but yeah. It's a metaphor shaped like itself. Arknights love doing that. So... yeah. I don't know what exactly it did. It said something like... yeah, I don't remember. An executor is more concerned with the deceased than the deceased last testament. You make the living believe that their wills will be carried out even after death. While allow the most splendid emotions to live on in music. Both of us substantiate the meaning of having lived. We just go about it in different ways. Arknights loves doing that. Yeah, I did know this. No, okay, there is something playing. Substantiate, right, yeah. Okay. I did definitely hear that word before. Substantiate. I am here to execute my mission and nothing more. I have no need to listen to a sinner's sophistry. We're family and haven't seen each other for so long. Can't you at least hold a proper conversation, Federico? Who's to say I won't die tomorrow? I must say, like, I can kinda recall, by the way, like, Czech anthem, but not really national anthem. But I just a little bit. It's about like, where do I live, you know? You intentionally put yourself in danger. It would not be entirely surprising if you did. I wouldn't find it surprising either. We're all bound to die. When we do, our bodies give nutrients back to the land and become a part of a new life. This is the meaning of our flesh. It's a circle of life. I'm very firmly anti-nationalism, but I still know the Australian national anthem by heart. Yeah, I really don't feel like singing it, but right now I'm wondering how much I remember. No, I think I could actually remember it. I think... It's kind of a short one. Do I just go and Google the lyrics of the fucking Czech national anthem? German original? The original was in German? Interesting. That's crazy. Where's the fucking Czech version? They have German original and then English translation. Where the fuck is the Czech version? Are you serious? Oh no, wait, this is something else. This is not the actual song. Oh, sorry, I'm just... Oh, this is the... Okay. That wasn't the song, that was something else. Oh, okay, yeah, I know just the first half. Yeah, I know just the first half. Interesting. But what about the meaning of our wills? When our consciousness fades, they will return to chaos. So what separates the living from the dead, one person from another, and us from the sunset and the breeze? It's our emotion, Federico. If there's a meaning to our lives outside of our bodies, is there truly something that can resist the distant chaos? Then it is only this very moment, all that I feel, and this melody transmuted from those feelings. That's why as long as I still breathe, I can't stop playing. I am required to apprehend wanted criminals, but if necessary, I can also pull the trigger. No, oh, I don't doubt that. It will happen one day, and there's no doubt that it will be Federico Giallo who kills Arturia Giallo. But do you think that daylight can kill the Dark Knight, order can kill chaos, and reason can kill emotion? Layering metaphors cannot cover up the essential truth. You are a criminal, and I am an executor. Pursue you in the order to fulfill the contract. That is my duty. You believe uncertainty to be kind of emotion. That is why you are always seeking answers through rational analysis. But it's not your rationality that's led you to me again and again. It's your confusion. You saw and heard it yourself. Today, countless lives were still in chaos. If only you'd follow my advice, and given up on me, instead lending your aid to that envoy of the Empress. With your skills and how sharp you are, you could have easily found the one hiding in the shadows, manipulating the chaos. But again and again, you chose to prioritize looking for me. You are where my duty lies. I will not regret my decision. I know you won't. But look, now you've got me. So, satisfy my curiosity, Federico. Do you feel no satisfaction right this very moment? Seize her. Do you people came too? So you people came too? Recover the golden Gesats as well. Arturia is my target. Herr Federico Giallo, executor of the Lateran Curia's 5th Tribunal. It is extremely likely that the Sancta before you has committed what amounts to the highest offense in Latvian. She must come with us for our investigation. I thought the Gendarmerie was in charge of the upcoming inquest. It is for Kaiserin's orders to take Arturia. Does that mean that you cannot guarantee Arturia will be dealt with according to the law? As I said, these are the Kaiserin's orders. I have sent a total of 27 explanatory letters, in addition to repeating my mission's objective to the now deceased officer in charge, Loris Borton. In that case, Frau Jonas, would it be possible for Herr Executor to participate in Arturia's investigation? That is not part of my orders. To Latvian, Arturia is most dangerous criminal, and no one is to be allowed anywhere near her without Her Majesty's explicit permission. That includes you. What? Let's go. Will we meet again, Federico? Before my consciousness fades away? Jonas. They call her the cruelest executor in Grimmacht's Spire. How did she get here so fast? Did Grimmacht... I'll talk to her. Her executor. Don't you want to chase after them? If Latvian can ensure that Arturia will never commit a crime again, my highest priority mission objective will be considered complete. However, as she said, I feel no satisfaction in this. It has become much quieter outside the spire, yet the black flames continue to burn. Viviana has forgotten which floor of the spire she is on. The spire stairs all look the same. Her candlelight flickers a few times before finally going out. Frau Drosta? Him? Why are you still here? Ha ha ha. I'm in a pretty bad shape. At least this way I won't be a bother to the kids. You were burned by the black flames. Half your body is... It's fine. I'm glad I got to see you again. By seeing you, I can at least confirm that I haven't turned into some kind of monster that walks even in death. The disaster has been averted, right? The Empress's voice, the Gesatzwachter, they are all here, right? Are the Witch Kings remains all dead? And the students safe? I suppose so. It's strange. I saw the captain just now. Loris Borton? He said I did pretty well. And did the Gendarmerie proud. Once the ceremony is over, my mother will get the Kaiserin's black gold medal. But it's only for those who have fallen. It's hopeless for me, right? I don't want to lie to you. Main dame, when I see you looking for me like that, at me like that, it doesn't hurt so much anymore. Your candlelight is so warm. When I first got to Zwillingstürme, I nearly gave up. Couldn't keep up with how exhausting the training was, day after day. Only when I saw that tiny light you held in the arena, lighting up every one of my... He did not deserve to fall into the eternal slumber on these spiral stairs. If he could have just a little more light, a little more warmth. Viviana knows that she is not like a lighthouse, but she is capable of that much. Auf Wiedersehen, right? Auf Wiedersehen. Pim. May this candlelight accompany you as you drift into eternal slumber. Guremacht's envoy said she's up, just up ahead. And I forgot Pim died? Yeah, damn. Forgettable character, huh? Damn. Step aside, Gura. Let me take care of this rebel here first. Let me do it. You have already... Wait, these footsteps. Viviana. Frau Lovenstein, Herr Rainer. Good. Mainherr? Let him get some rest. Raising the curtain by force took its toll on his body. But he's still standing. He'd never let himself collapse in front of so many. Brent's really worn himself out all these years. Before the battle, he saw me as my father. That's always weighted heavily on his mind. 23 years ago, House Hosberg suffered great losses at the Witch King's Spire, and because of his position as a Gesatzwachter, Brent wasn't able to come to their aid in time. Because of that, Ernst, his closest friend and the heir of the Hochbergs, perished in the battle. That's also why your father Werner had to succeed him in Kurfürst. As Kurfürst. The remorse he felt towards Ernst and Werner has been eating away at his soul all this time, and today, when forced to choose between destroying Sonata Spire and saving you, he chose you. I never imagined. I knew he'd make that choice. I'd have done the same. I was so scared back there. I'm prepared to make any sacrifice if necessary, but you, not you. I'm glad we didn't lose you. I'm one of the lucky ones. On my way here, I came across many who have passed away. I did my best, but I wasn't able to rescue everyone. The casters will figure out how to eliminate the black flames. The victims will be taken care of. Things will get better. They won't have suffered for nothing. This place will be completely different tomorrow. I'll make sure you get to see this for yourself, Viviana. I promise. What a beautiful sunrise. Humming. Merrier. Hmm? We know a thing or two about your arts, main dame. Now, neither you nor your cello are capable of making a sound. Silent humming. Playable Korawen. Probably the next, right? The next Letkennen side story. You made up your mind. She's vibing, yeah. The voice of Mundane. I've been dying to have someone take it away. If you have no plans to use it as a bomb, then be my guest. So you finally believe me? I admit I owe you an apology. And a word of thanks. If it wasn't for you, then I might not be Eben Holtz right now, but some other thing. But please, spare me all the nonsense about trust or what have you. I'd rather not see you bounce on me and knock me out with your sword the moment I split out the words I trust you. I wasn't planning to, for now. Well, that's nice. Someone's playing the cello. Well, that's not virtuoso. They are mourning the victims with music. It was just like this when I first met Gerhard. He told me that through music, the wills of the dead are carried through us. He was so quiet and gentle. I really thought he was. I'm an idiot, aren't I? I couldn't even see through their masks. I couldn't even see who was controlling my life. How I wish I could be more like, no matter how many obstacles he encountered. He never lost hope. He even smiled as he... This piece. What's wrong? Who's playing the cello up there? The dormitory isn't far. Maybe a student? That's impossible. Calm down. We can't expose ourselves yet. It's exactly the same. How could it be exactly the same? Is that the song they made before? The sky is blue and fine. The breeze lilts by in song. The river murmurs clear. My heart is filled with hope. Who's that? Where did you learn to play like that? Huh? I'm nothing special, really. Not your technique, you fool. Your emotions. Where did you learn to play this cello piece almost exactly like he did? No one else played like him. I checked over and over after he died. I've been to so many places and listened to even more musicians play this same piece. Who was your teacher? Arturia. My teacher's name is Arturia. Is she a sancta? A sancta with very long hair, who dresses plainly. Do you know her too? I saw her just today. She told me to keep practicing here without worrying about the sound outside. Without worrying about the sounds? That sancta, is she a remnant of the Witch King too? No, that's impossible. She's very kind. Well, where is she? I need to see her. I need to question her myself. Another headache? Did you know, Lessing? He and I, everything in our lives has given to us by others. Our pain, our joy, our despair. So if even our hope, I don't know if I actually want to that answer. Have you thought it through? Haha, what's there to think about? The school has burned down by Herbst's embers. I couldn't miss all I want. I could miss it all I want, but that wouldn't bring it back. I've forgotten. How long have I been in that canyon? 500 years? Longer? When I first got here, there was nothing. No nomadic cities, no spires, no nobles. Huh. Back then, everyone lived in the forests by the lakes. They lit fires to eat, and used rocks to shelter from the wind. To us, a few decades are more than enough for a city to rise and fall, a man to go from a young to old, or a pair of close companions to have a falling out and go their separate ways. That's right. It's been but an instant since this place went from Ventuin to Zwillingstürme. I wonder what the city will be called next. And when that lamp with the rotten luck and a brain full of nothing but melodies is taken care of, it will fulfill my promise to you. After that, I think I'd like to stroll around town. And once that's done, we will leave. To the nobles, they can have a good night's sleep for once. I've already explained it to them long ago. Explain what? That liches aren't like vampires and don't get involved with military commission business, so they can rest easy that this place won't be the next Londonium? Do you really believe that they simply don't understand, Grimacht? And are you really so whimsically unaware of who stands behind those nobles that want to chase the liches out? I got a memory back. That's like relating to when we talked about national anthems. But it came to me right now. I wonder who might be responsible for that. No idea. When I was really small, what I planned to do in the future is make a country and then make Zombies on Your Lawn from Plants vs. Zombies to be the national anthem. And even back then, I remember that, like, I was a fucking child that was like, yeah, I'll start a country, that's easy, I can do that. But I was thinking, damn, but I will need to get the rights to use that song as my anthem for the country that I'll create. And I think that's kind of funny. And are you really so whimsically unaware of who stands behind those nobles that want to chase the liches out? You two can deal with the fallout afterwards. I also remember that when I was in my music class in, I think, 2nd grade or something, I did had my... We all of us had to have like a presentation of something music related. Be it like an instrument, a band, singer, I don't know, like just something music related. And I remember that we had like combined 4, I think. It was actually, I think, like 3rd and 4th grade, and everyone had one every half a year or something like that. And I remember that one of mine was about Laura Shigihara, who is the person who sang, or like a composer of Plants vs. Zombies, but she also is the vocalist for Zombies on Your Lawn. She's great. She also streams. I actually don't know if she still streams. I remember that I used to watch her streams quite regularly. I think she does still stream. She also made a video game. That's pretty good. I did enjoy that video game, Rakuen. I recommend. I actually still did not play the DLC. I need to get to it at some time. I really liked it. You two can deal with the fallout afterwards. The Liches have indeed stayed here for far too long. Knowledge should never have taken the side of any one nation or race. But back then I did pretty much, as a fucking 7-year-old, know her for making music for Plants vs. Zombies. Do you even know how many Latvian terms our brats use in their writing these days? It's absolutely outrageous. We should have left when Herkunshorn bought the farm. This is just a belated farewell. The white-haired lich lifts his hand, as though having been granted permission. A large number of slender silhouettes appear beneath the setting sun. Perhaps they'd been standing there the whole time. They were simply masquerading as ordinary students and faculty. However, from this moment onwards, they are no longer concerned with how different they are from other Latvianians. The Liches all raise their hands. Countless paper-thin strands of silk extends from their bodies and into the dark clouds up above. Then, a radiance like starlight comes falling down. Looking up, many of the students see the sunset of night and the sunrise all at once. With that brimming radiance, the dark flames on the earth are extinguished without a sound. Not long after, the silk-threaded shadows also disappear into the dreamlike rain. Ever since, no more trace of the Liches could be found in Latvian spires. I'm guessing this means that's the end of the... Yeah, okay.
Mission accomplished!
Yeah. Alright. Intermezzo, Unfinished Fugue. That's the character from Honkai Star Rail. The Unfinished Fugue has no ending, just as the dark conspiracies have not reached their conclusion. Well, okay, I'm wondering... Well, they now... The rising of the Urtika's secret chamber destroyed the original plate of Ludwig's Universität. Coupled with the influence of Herkunshorn's arts, the school can no longer function normally. For now, the Empress's voice have taken over the cleanup operation from the Gendarmerie. Unaffected students and faculty have been relocated to neighboring Ostendorfhof. The cleanup will take about a week. Thereafter, they will be able to return to campus. No need. Ludwig's Universität library will be relocated to Neuleopoldhof. And fall under the purview of Reichsmuseum. The other campuses and faculties will be merged into Reichskunstakademie in Bachshoft. The Gastwachter will be in charge of disposing of all the remaining plates belonging to Urtica. But then Ludwig's Universität will become history. Your Majesty, are you surprised? When I received the summon, you thought It would be Lise, said Lotte. My apologies. You did well. Lise Lotte thinks very highly of you. Dankeschön, Your Majesty. If you hadn't graced us with your presence yesterday, it is behind us. No need to speak of it again. Your Majesty, there's one other thing. Oh? Arturia, the wanted Sancta. I bumped into her, and she mentioned my father. I would like to know if she had something to do with his death, if you would permit me. We have been over this, Hochberg. The case of the Witch King's remains stealing a copy of the Gulden's Gesetz has been closed. Brent. Your Majesty, you are here as well. Have you come to see Cora? She is currently rehearsing the Gulden's Gesetz. The delay caused by the Witch King's remains has us all worried about tomorrow's performance. Rest assured, the movement is flawless at all times. Cora said the same. How long have you gone without a break? Why not take a vacation after the celebration? You could go back to Stormland together. Not as a Reichsorchester, Tuner, and Gesetzwachter, but as Cora and Brent. This is a reward, not a punishment, for mopping up the Witch King's remains. You and Viviana have done fine work, and I've taken notice. Just remember that opportunity does not last forever. Some things must be said before it's too late. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the reminder. And another thing. I will need at least 20 Gesetzwachter for tomorrow's celebration. What? Does Grimmacht know about this? Every year, Das Kaisernefest begins with Reichsorchester's performance of the Gulden Gesetz and ends with my duet Will Hit the Guard. I wonder, this year, will the people still appreciate our performance? I have no doubt, Your Majesty. Could I ask you a question, Brent? By all means. Assume your most prized possession has a crack in it. Would you turn a blind eye to it? Pretend you didn't notice? You're going to leave Zwillingstürme? Arturia is under control. I will return to Laterano and report His Holiness the Pope. He will subsequently seek formal legal cooperation from Latvian. It does, at this moment, they do make it sound like it's ending, but I kinda know for sure that it isn't. Plus there's also what Arturia say, like directly, basically addressing that the climax is not the ending or something like that. It's fine, yeah. Alright, but I should remind you, tomorrow is Das Kaiserinnenfest. This is clearly the epilogue? Yeah, you are right, actually. Zwillingstürme will be very lively. Young people from other regions, even other countries, will be all joined in the merrymaking. I mean, to be fair, it did already take me, admittedly with all my yapping and stuff, over 10 hours. We are already on like 11 hours on this one side story, and most of them do not have aren't that long, but I also know this is the longest side story, so you know. Correct. I had noticed an increase in foot traffic. And so I want to ask, Herr Executor, won't you stay just one more day? Apparently it took me 21 hours. That's kinda crazy. Please, explain why I had to do that. Arturia has been apprehended. The copy of the Gulden's Gesetz has been recovered. It was actually like hour less, I remember that. That one time I did not actually stream, like, it was less than 6 hours, because, yeah, I didn't start another stage because we had the Warhammer collab after that, so I guess it's more like we are on 10 hours around now. And probably like minus, honestly, like, probably 2 hours just because of like breaks, me talking about random shit like what I'm doing right now. And yeah. Arthur has been apprehended. The copy of Golden Gesats has been recovered, and the Witch King's remains have been more or less wiped out. It seems like everything's all taken care of, but I can't shake this uneasy feeling. Grimacht says I have a unique sense of danger. I mean, of course, it might just be my imagination. For matters parting to internal Latvian affairs, I suggest you confer with your Empress. She's been too busy to see me today, so that's why you have time to escort me out of the city. I'd assume this was an official duty. A duty? No, it's not my duty to monitor you. And having come all the way to Zwillingstürme, wouldn't you like to stay a bit longer? Make some new friends? See the sights? Friends and sights. Are you looking at that coffee shop? I could try a drink, the drink Loris recommended before I leave. Herr Sancta. The music stop. That definitely is something bad, right? You are Julia's brother, Jan. Do you work at this coffee shop? Yeah, I need... oh, I did not expect that. I was not expecting him to say yeah. I need to save money so I can study abroad when I'm ready. I thought I'd never see you again. I've heard that the executors of the Lateran Notarial Hall carry out the wills of Lateran citizens. Is that right? An acceptable summary. And you also solve cases? So long as it's parts of a binding document. As it is part of a binding document. I will do everything in my power to carry it out. Wunderbar. Loris left me a key before he died. He said there were clues about my sister's case in his house. But I'm not a detective after all, and wasn't sure who to give the key to. Interesting. Okay, so Federico is staying, I'm guessing. This is the resident of Loris Borden. But since this is epilogue, this is probably what the next Latvian side story will be about, right? This is home in Zwillingstürme. You have barely known Borden for an afternoon and he left you his entire house? What he left me are clues to a case. Look. The wall, the table, the drawers, everywhere. There are clues regarding Julia Schuller, the girl who disappeared over 10 years ago. And a letter. Loris claimed to have accepted defeat, but actually, he never gave up on the case. Almost forgot that you are a case-solving machine, even if they were made you a graph and granted you the tallest spire in Zwillingstürme shop. You'd hardly blink, would you? A false premise. That is, there's no precedent for a Lateran saint being conferred a title by another country. What do you have to do with Lateran sainthood? Are you suggesting that you, Herr Executor, bear the title of a saint? Yes. Like the founders and the popes? I am unclear on what you mean by like in this context, but nominally, yes. I may need to reevaluate our need to monitor you, Herr Saint. You are an executor to an empress. I had assumed you had some familiarity with my background. I thought I did too. Do not worry. Whether or not I hold the title of Saint is not particularly relevant to my work in Latvian. My executorial duty is to capture Arturia, as well as executing the wills of Lateran citizens. As the Arturia case is on temporary hold, fulfilling the will of Loris Borden is my next objective. The hell help? I'm in over my head? Yeah. Was that hesitation? I've never seen you hesitate before. I must say I kinda, like... I know that he's Saint, but I kinda don't know what it means. It's just a title, right? It doesn't mean anything special. It's kinda just a title, which, like, it's kinda what all titles are. But yeah. I still have a question about the Arturia case. Oh, what question? I need to think. Federico looks at the piano to the side of the room. Like most Latvians, Loris has the musical instruments in his home. However, judging from the many files and folders on its bench, he did not play the piano often. Simply tap the black and white keys in a certain rhythm and the melody will be created. People will have taken such immediate feedback for granted. Yet there are still many questions that once sprouted are pushed away, unanswered. Nice art. The piece you just played, is that one from yesterday at Ludwig's Universität? Der Tod des Hexenkönigs. Arturia interpreted the emotions of Loris Borden and Brent Trainer, as well as the others who witnessed the Witch King's demise. She turned their strongest feelings into notes, creating this piece. I want to know what she discovered in those emotions. The notes may be the same, but the feelings are so different. Her executor, are you and Arturia really related by blood? If misplaying an instrument were a crime, you might well be arrested as soon as you step out of the door. I did not play a single note wrong. But there was no emotion whatsoever. You can't grasp music by memorizing its rules. You have to, picture the emotion it conveys. He's doing his best? Yes. For example, Loris Borden. You have to become him. Imagine the night he charged into the Witch King's spire. Picture how to become a hero. How crestfallen he was by Julia's case, and... Oh, when you're finally forced to doubt yourself, and find yourself wavering, lost like me, you'll realize that you need a strength, a reason. And that's when you'll discover that the law offers no guidance. Why do the barriers never cease to be? Is mankind doomed never to understand one another? The tiniest chaos is enough to shatter the order. The moment confusion envelops, people begin to hurt one another. Each era has its own trials and tribulations, for which we can only prepare to the best of our abilities. It is certain, however, that you have been chosen, because it believes that you have the ability to respond to the unknown. You are well aware that there is another besides yourself, very unique among the Sancta. Bring her back, if possible. I need to meet with her, face to face. Fede, your whole life, you have been different from all the others. Can you really not see everything I see in the music? Thanks to Grimmacht, both my ears and my soul have been saved. A failed attempt, I take it? Let's not try that again. We have acknowledged that some people simply lack the talent for music. Yes, I cannot empathize with Loris or anyone else, nor do I see the illusions created by the notes. But I do have realized that emotions are also information. What do you mean by that? Well, before we figure out what he means by that, we'll take a short break, and I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. What do you mean by that? As you said, Atura's performances are completely different from mine. The notes arranged in order have no inherited meaning, but with added emotion, they become a piece of music beloved by you people. And so, I have come to understand that emotion is a kind of additional information. Artura played her music, playing her hearts of Loris and others, to extract information from their powerful emotions that even they themselves could not retrieve. This is something only Artura can do. Her objective has not yet been achieved, nor will she abandon it. There will be even greater chaos in the coming days here in Zwillingstürme. Are you certain? I could spend time explaining her define logic to you, but I assume that you will find it difficult to share my thought in the process. As such, I suggest you consider my conclusion a kind of intuition. Her executor, there's something you should see. She can help you. Congratulations, you're about to be rid of me. I'm guessing that's Arturia. What, I shouldn't say such things? What would you rather hear? Mockery, anger, curses, or a seemingly invincible enemy pulled straight from the story begging for mercy before their departure from the stage? Don't forget you wanted to see me. Whenever you have doubts, you unconsciously seek out my voice. Want to hear me deny you, and then in denying me, you can win some silly comfort for yourself. It is not I who need you. Who needs you? You need me. A bloodline of Burtica, Franz, Evenholz. Without me, what does your future hold? Okay, no, it's not Arturia. It's done. What do you mean? What's done? I've removed the voice of mundane from your head. But nothing happened, is that it? I could never summon the Genesis horn in the first place. It's like watching a crowd of people nervously gathering to light a fuse and blow Zwillingstürme up, only to hear a soft pop like Gloompincer's depressing fart. But then you say the melody of the Witch King could open the door to the Genesis horn? Yes, the right melody. Do you think you can open a locked door with any old key? Don't compare my research to Herkun's Shorn with the pile of rubbish you stuffed into your brain. They stuffed into your brain. Those idiots and their infected bombing couldn't manage a thing. Ha, the voice of mundane. Do the people who come up with this stuff even know the difference between a proper creation and a belch? Was it Gerhard who filled your head with all this? Would you mind if I dug him up and knocked him around a bit more? But they told me the voice of mundane housed the Witch King's avatar. Avatar? Haha, avatar. That would be like me rolling my soul into a ball and tossing it into an amphitheater beneath the spire for the stupid lamps to kick about. You really think that can be done? That's enough, boy. I'm in a bad mood. A positively rotten one. I thought by doing this one last favor for Grimacht, I'd be able to take my things and finally be rid of this wretched place. Who have thought these masked morons would make a fool of me? No, they made me Hulk circus. I should have Ermengarde look me over. See if Lich's age has any effect on his brain. Ermengarde mentioned. He said, the voice of mundane is just noise. It's certainly a melody left by the Witch King, that's true, but Gerhard and his men misunderstood its power. It isn't the key to the Witch King's legacy. Then what about the voice in my head? I don't understand the arts behind it. The problem of the voice of mundane has been resolved. You may still suffer headaches and hallucinations, but I expect they won't be so bad going forward. Just to be safe, you should stay here and rest a while, then leave Zwillingstürme after das Kaiserinnenfest. So, the voice is just my imagination then? All these years, and all of my struggles were just in my head? In the somewhat most figurative sense? Shocking twist, Ebenholz wasn't actually possessed by the Witch King, he was just dissociating. What is dissociating? Disassociating? But it's kinda weird. Which, like, fair, was traumatized as fuck. Well, yeah. It's kinda... Sorry, dissociating. Still don't know what that means. Apparently, I have nothing whatsoever to do with any grand plans of those lofty conspirators. And to speak of killing myself before I went mad, I've been mad for a long, long time. I don't have time to discuss this with you. Right. Your grandfather says that the rubbish in my head tainted the research on Herkunftsjorn. So why care about me in an inferior product, particularly after you have known that none of this power lies within me? LTR, dissociative identity disorder, is the modern term for what used to be called multiple personality syndrome. Oh, okay. Well, okay, I must say multiple personality syndrome is at least easier to understand. Dissociation is a wide array of experiences. That makes sense. I'm guessing Kaise? What was the other, his, I guess, brother's name? Okay, I can summon a catastrophe cloud with the wave of my hand, nor can I cleave a spire with the swing of a sword. What do you want? The power is still there. Since we have removed the voice of mundane, why not kill me? But in this case, Ebenholz was so traumatized of the experience on him as a kid that his brain basically just checked out and created this Witch King personality to thank the trauma for him. Interesting. But yeah, I'm guessing his brother then had like kinda the same thing, even though they said it was weaker. Or maybe they just kinda made that up. Actually, that was probably a lie said to him, maybe, I don't know. I mean, he was also kind of traumatized, I'm guessing. I really don't remember now. No, That's why Craig didn't hear the Witch King's voice despite going through identical experiences, yeah. Because it was specifically Ebenholz's coping mechanism. But he still somehow... Oh, okay. No, I get it, okay. Right. No, I get it now. I was confused. The power is still there. Since you have removed the voice of mundane, why not kill me? The voice of mundane is not the key, meaning I'm of no use to the twin empresses. Why not burn me and mine to ashes, like all the experiments of the Witch King's era? Because there is no need, is that it? Then what about my brother? He died. He died because of a stupid plan, like, to borrow a phrase, like a Gloompencer's depressing fart. Such nonsense, such irony. He was grateful, you know, right up until he died. Grateful for our meeting. Grateful for the instructor who taught him the cello. But our meeting was exploited by Gertrude. The teacher he admired was mixed up with the Witch King's remains. Ha, and now you tell me the voice of mundane was all a wacky misunderstanding the entire time. So we lived, died, met, parted, all for what? Where is the meaning of any of it? Alright, if you want an answer, I'll tell you. You're right. There was no meaning in any of it. Set aside the Urtika's name. Without the voice of mundane, you are nothing but a self-absorbed, self-harming, self-destructive, empty shell of a pretty boy. Perfect. You finally did it. Now take up your arts unit. Why not unwrap the bandages on your sword? That would make this execution go even smoother. The man before me is unworthy of it. Even now, you just have to humiliate. Then fight back. Prove me wrong by your actions. You loathe the bloodline of the Witch King, but have you ever sought out the victims of his persecution? To make amends, to help them, to compensate them? You love the title of Graf Ortica, but have you ever looked into the safety of the commoners? Taken note of the decline of your domain? Caught between the twin empresses and the Witch King's remains? You lament being the only survivor, but you have not been cherishing the life ahead of you. Instead, you constantly throw yourself in danger. Evanholz is so 19. That's funny thing to say. You say you were... Get his ass lesson, yeah. You say you were a prisoner of your spire, but who in the end has never looked beyond his cage at anything else? Lessing's sword moves so quickly that dodging is nearly impossible. He's rarely spoken so many words in one breath. At first, Evanholz has no intention on dodging, but almost instinctively, the Originium dice float into the air, arts pour into uncontrollably like fiery rage. Blood, title, duty, everything was forced upon me by fate. I tried, I stood against it, and in the end, you tell me there was never any need to. Why? Why did I have to go through all this when I'm nobody at all? Lessing's sword presses against Evanholz's throat. The Originium dice fall to the side. The battle is over. The outcome a surprise to no one. Our fight against fate never belonged to any of us, and so, what does the suffering we have entered even count for? I never received a noble's education, and I don't throw around words like fate. Only know that all the suffering is real. I've seen street hawkers beaten by the gendarmerie in the alleyways. I've seen men freeze to death on the roadside after losing their farmland to the rural nobility. They will never see the Witch King, the Twin Empresses, or the Kurfürsten in their life. They never have the time or energy to contemplate fate, suffering, or meaning. Let's live in the shadow of the spires, and the great muscles of Latvianian. No one can overcome an abstract concept. If you want revenge, choose a concrete target, the Witch King, the Twin Empresses, the still living remnants. We fight to survive, and we don't stop until our own blood or that of our enemies runs dry. Fight. The Witch King's legacy still exists. Wherever it is, enemies shrouded in darkness may find it at any moment, and use it to unleash suffering on the great masses once again. Hello, Sad Boost. Yes, they do use German words, unfortunately. You can stay in the spire and continue lamenting your fate, or if you can challenge me again and die by my hand. Or you can join me in seeking the Witch King's legacy. Help me find the true culprit, who may still be alive in some form. Choose. Shit's so German right now. Well, right now they are dropping the German words. Ebenholz feels the sword against his throat, still wrapped in bandages. Were it not wrapped, he would have smelled blood. Of course, this does not mean the Lessing can't kill him. The warrior's expression is cold, but his eyes burn with anger. Why is he angry? Why does he still have expectations for a man like him? Would you kindly pass me my arts unit? Why aren't they here? Frau Hochberg. What is it you're looking for? Sketches, Frida Siemens drawings. Since Herr Rainer and I left, has anyone else been in this room? No suspicious individuals, main dame. After you and Herr Gestwachter left, the Imperial Caster carefully inspected an entire alley. After confirming no traces of the Witch King's remains and no dangerous witchcraft or items, they left. Are the drawings you're looking for involved in some important case? A case? Viviana recalls Grimach's words. The case of the Witch King's remains stealing a copy of the Golden Gesetz has been closed. No. It's merely personal. Frau Siemens' work is incredibly beautiful. It always evokes some marigold memories in me. Please, don't let the others know. I don't want too many people to know I've been here. Of course, rest assured. The Gendarmerie will never disclose her movements. So lovely. Marigolds, sunlight, such beautiful things tend to inspire creativity and nurture emotion. No wonder so many Latvian artists love this alley. Werner von Hofberg, he was obsessed with it until the day he died. Might you be Frau Giello? Weren't you taken away by the Grimachtscasters? I'm certainly not here. And you didn't really bump into your father back there either. This is all your imagination. Is this also an effect of your art? You're rather skilled in original arts yourself. What do you think? I haven't noticed anything unusual. People often misunderstand my art. The truth is, I can't do very much at all. People are just ignorant of their own hearts, or even if they do know, they are unwilling to face themselves. I told you the first time we met, my melodies resonate with my emotions deep inside the human heart, and once they ripple, they are hard to ignore. It's you who wants to change your father's fate. The one talking to you now, well, I'm afraid it's you yourself. Is that so? You yearn to know the cause of your father's death. You fear that the conspiracy of the Witch King's remains is not yet true. You suspect that the farce performed at the Ludwigs Universität was just a diversion. You wonder if perhaps the Kassierinen wanted to kill Dukur first? 9. Ah, but you see, you can't hold back the birth of your thoughts. If your father were standing here, what would he do? My father. He wouldn't do anything. He would accept the fate's plan and turn away. Even though he would go on to live with endless pain and regret. And so, what about you? Would you do the same? He and I... Frau Giello? Do not mistake me for that distant relative of mine. There is no need for you to brandish your arts units in my direction. This whole area is encircled by Latvian's finest gendarmerie. Who are you, Herr Sancta? I am Howard Michael. Michael is a good boy, I guess. I can trust you. That went surprisingly well. At Michal's suggestion, I would like to provide a clue regarding Arturia. What is it? There is a high probability that she is planning an even more serious incident. Senora Viviana von Hochberg, it is my hope that we can cooperate and put a stop to her plans. Okay. Well, I will probably end it here. Kind of a shorter one. But yeah, that actually kind of works perfectly for me because that gives me an opportunity to go do something. But I must say this is already kinda... will be very high on my tier list, let's just say. It will be at least A, I'm very confident. I'm I like this one a lot. But yeah. Yeah, hello. Hi. Oh yeah, the music in this one is great. Like it is a good one. But yeah, thanks everyone for stopping by. Let me actually, before I say shit, oh shit. Let's rate Ark, but it's not the Ark. It's not my Ark. Let's rate a different Ark, because she's also playing Arknights. She's doing the new event story, I'm guessing. He said shit. What? Oh no, sorry for saying shit. And yeah, I will be streaming tomorrow. We'll be continuing this side story tomorrow at noon, Central European Standard Time. Thank you everyone for stopping by. I had fun, it was a good one. And bye!